Oh, let's see. How are we? Okay. That's a little too far that way.
Come over a little bit, huh?
Now watch out. It tends to fall off.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
That's about right. That's good enough.
We have a few people with us already, so.
Hey, Gold Panner. Okay, as usual, the sound check. Make sure everyone can hear us okay. All right.
Good. Sounds good.
If you'll notice our new sign in the background, that's from Lars of This Old Mine. He just whipped that up. I presume he got a new tool or something that he was trying out on stuff. And it's beautiful sign.
It is gorgeous, and I love it. Thank you, Lars.
Yeah, thanks, Lars.
I don't know if Lars is here yet, but anyhow.
He'll watch it sooner or later.
And so anyhow, that's where that's from. Yeah, we only have 3 people at this instant.
It got nice today, David. We got almost to 70 degrees today.
Yeah, it says 64 right now.
Yeah,
Hey, blind dude.
It's nice out.
It ain't gonna last, but it's nice while it's
Hey,
here.
Mr. Lodak, how's
Hey,
it
blind
going?
dude.
Oh,
Hi, Mr. Lodak.
yeah. So,
Just about.
yeah,
It was pretty nice out today, finally, for once.
yeah. Yeah, it's getting into the fairly nice stuff. Yesterday, I was out at the mill. I was wanting to run the agitation for a while. We don't like to run the generator by itself with nobody watching,
Right.
for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And it was anywhere from fairly pleasant to little snowballs falling on my head.
Yeah.
And when that was, hey Marty,
Marty.
when it would do that, it would get really cold. So I think we have essentially like thunderstorms with snow.
Yeah, you get those little squalls.
Yeah. I mean, it would get pretty darn chilly. So I was taking my coat on and taking it off and everything yesterday.
We still have a lot of snow in the high country. As you could see in Keith's video, you could see snow up above him. And it'll be a while before that melts out.
Yeah, what is it now? The 25th. So yeah, we're only about
Hey, Terry.
3 weeks to opening. Yeah. Terry says, good evening, Eva, Jim, Keith, and folks. Hello, Terry.
Hello, Terry.
David says it's 80s in California. Yeah, and I know where it's going to be real soon, pretty quick. So I'm not envious at all right now. It's warm enough that the solution is liquid. Oh
yeah.
I wonder.
I haven't seen one yet, but it could always happen.
I haven't seen Chris yet.
Yeah, and we had deer wandering around.
Seen a lot of big grizzly bear tracks that could have been Bigfoot.
Yeah, I don't know about Bigfoot.
We saw a lot of deer wandering around right here on the street yesterday. There was a herd of deer down the road.
Yeah, they were just trying to cross down.
Oh, yeah. That one day right down here, just before Senex, 17 deer. They literally, everybody stopped and let the deer come down the hill right through town.
Let's see if Chris has missed the queue again.
Probably busy working on something.
His notification. Hey, Chris, we're on. Okay, hope everything went well. See you when you get there.
All right.
You take care.
Yeah, you got
He's stuck in traffic right now.
Mr. Lodak can handle the riffraff.
He's stuck in traffic.
Yeah, he had an appointment. He's on his way back
California.
from. So anyhow,
in his part of California, that's unusual.
Yeah.
Not once you get about 20 miles from his house, you start getting into Auburn and stuff like that. Yep. Anyhow, so it's nice to have things liquid. The reason I wanted to ask Chris something, let's see, let me write a note down here
When he comes on.
yeah, it'll work. And that is adsorption versus temperature. See, I got 2 solution assays back,
Yeah.
and this actually is supposed to be stage 1 here for whatever reason. Okay. So this is the head grade here, and this is after the stage 1 resin cartridge, and that was fresh resin. And yet, as you'll notice, it's slightly bigger. It's basically the same number. And so that is not what I would expect at all. I would expect this to be down below 1.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm wondering if the temperature has something to do with that.
It could.
You know, because this was operating, I'm guessing 40, 45 degrees.
Yeah.
You know, it was pretty darn cold. So I'd say that's a question I've got for Chris if he ever gets here. And I'd say it's a little perplexing to me. Right now, the guys at the lab, there was supposedly some kind of local report. I forget what the name of the area was, but like a neighborhood or an area around here, some reporter said, there's arsenic in the water, whatever. So everyone in that area is sending their water samples to the local lab checking for arsenic.
Up 10 Mile up here toward Remini and that, there's a lot of arsenic.
Yeah.
That was one of the problems they had years ago. People were just draining their mine and drinking it, and the creeks. It wasn't good.
Yeah, I say, so I have no idea.
Over by north of Ellet, when you go over the pass too, and there's that road going up.
Yeah.
The Blackfoot, Blackfoot.
Yeah.
Up in there too, there's a fairly high concentration of arsenic in those drainages too.
Yeah, gold miner, that's that would be normal in terms of the reactions are going to occur faster when the temperature is higher. I also have a question. A lot of this, that particular solution that I ran through there had been frozen for 4 months.
Yeah.
This was the stuff that was in the pregnant pond and is now thawed. And I ran it through the resin and then was, going to, use it to start processing more ore.
Right.
And when I ran it through the resin, I took samples. And so it could also be that during the freezing process, it did something that makes the gold difficult to recover from the resin. Don't know. If Chris was here,
well, maybe.
It's probably just a life and death emergency, something. I don't know why he's not here. It's important. But anyhow, so that was a good question. Another thing is I have no idea, gold miner. It shouldn't have any on the resin in terms of it was in the exact same location and situation.
Yeah, but you had your dump covered anyway all winter, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you were all covered.
It had the upper cover
UV
on it stuff.
Yeah, UV wouldn't have been an issue, I don't believe.
Yep. And the stuff where I was doing I had those electric terminals that had gold coating on them.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting to bring back a little bit of resin to put in that jar and start recovering the gold.
See if you can strip them.
Yeah. Well, no, they're stripped.
Oh.
The terminals are stainless steel, but I don't know, gold miner. The resin was not subjected to UV over the winter, and I used it in the same manner I did last fall. The only real variable, I think, is the temperature. It definitely got a lot colder than I'd ever used it for last fall. Yeah, well, blind dude, I can't do hot. Okay, do you like spicy food?
Not real. I like some hot food, but there's a limit for me. Arizona prepper, they're your buddies.
Okay, I'll take a half a dozen, Tom. Can you get them up here like in the next 30 minutes, please?
Oh, is he getting?
Oh,
tamales?
none for me, huh?
Is he getting tamales again?
No, he said tacos. Doesn't even give tamales. There's is it Tanya's number 3 or whatever it is? It's
Yeah, I think it was Tanya's number 3.
yeah, is a tortilla factory over there in Tucson that also sells food. And let's see if I got it here. Tanya's 33. Okay. But anyhow, you go in there and they've got, they have good Mexican food, good Sonoran style. Your burritos are this big and stuff. But they also have refrigerators with stuff like masa and things. They have already made tamales, and it goes Mexican energy bars, tamales.
I like tamales.
They make really good food.
Yeah, it is really good. Absolutely.
Tanya's number 33 was good food.
Yes, it is.
Muy
So
bueno.
anyhow, so yeah, you can ship some of that up to me, Tom. Just no potatoes. I'll have the. I think just the bacon, egg, and cheese burrito. If you can get me one in the next 30 minutes, that'd be nice. But anyhow,
Email that right up to you.
well, who is him, Terry? Because I could certainly use help. That's for sure. It's a quasi-chemical process, Jeff. It's an adsorption. The complex in solution sticks on a molecular level. Rock butcher, huh? That sounds interesting. But anyhow, it binds to the resin on kind of a molecular level. So it's a quasi-chemical reaction. And it certainly could. It also could have changed because again, it was frozen over the winter. So whatever gold is in complex may have changed some. Yeah. Ooh, a little rat poison for flavor. Oh, thank you, Tom. Appreciate the consideration.
Don't bother, Parrish. There's not enough life insurance to split.
Agglomeration works fine on a heap leach, but on a tank leach, you're not agglomerating. You want all the particles separated, and there you have a different situation. I've got the assays back from the 30 mesh and 20 mesh samples I did, and I'm just waiting for the solution samples, and those guys. Hey, Kim.
Okay.
I say they're running behind because of all these water samples showing up suddenly between this article in the media and the fact that everyone from the left coast is trying to move someplace sane, so there isn't a single house available.
Oh, yeah, no, there's nothing
in Lewis and Clark County.
No.
And when they sell a house, if it's got a well, it has to be tested, in order to get the mortgage and stuff like that.
Yep.
So, say that's really slowing me down there. Otherwise, I would know how those samples bottle rolled. That would give me a lot of guidance on how good this whole thing is likely to work at these grind sizes. But I just don't have the data, so I really can't say anything on that. I will say when I'm probing the bottom of the tank.
Hello, Lauren.
Hey, Lauren, how's it going? It's kind of coarse grit there. Hey, Lauren, Lars is going to be here on Friday. So my thought was to have him drop my wavetable at your house, if that's fine with you. And, we can hang out a little bit and stuff. He's going to be heading back pretty quick. Although if he could spend the night on your couch there in the man cave, he'd probably find that comfortable. Not sure exactly what his plans are, but he's basically going high speed, low drag on this
he's
trip.
just running.
Yeah.
Cool.
Huh.
Oh,
Hey,
dear.
Chris.
Hey, Chris.
I have a question for thee. The solution that was in the pregnant pond over the winter is, first of all, it's at a lower, okay, Lauren, a lower concentration of gold than I would have anticipated. And when I ran it through the resin to put it in the Barron's solution tank to reuse it for more ore, it didn't apparently recover worth a crap. According to the solution assays, they're almost identical into and out of stage 1, which was fresh resin. Stage 2 and 3 have some used resin in it, but stage 1 is pure fresh resin there. So my question is, what do you think happened? Do you think the complexes got screwed up by freezing for 4 months? Or do you think the resin is not able to adsorb at 40, 45 degrees? What would be your guesstimate on that?
It could be temperature related.
So anyhow, that's my question, because it could be just that the gold really got messed up in the solution. And so now that I'm running fresh solution with the proper chemistry in it.
Huh.
Hey, Heavy Meadow.
Yeah, I hate Heavy Meadow.
I could, the next batch I'm going to be running will probably be running at 60, 70 degrees. So I can just run it right through there. The temperature right now says 64. So the temperatures are reasonable now. But yeah, I could do that if it doesn't work on the next run. I was also thinking maybe some of the complexes got screwed up by being frozen for 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
So now that I'm running fresh solution in there that's got the proper chemistry. Yeah, so I'm perplexed a bit myself, Chris, but I suspect that there's a good chance that the rising temperature and fresh mixed solution will probably solve the problem. We shall find out. I'm also, I made some more forms so that I can keep a lot closer track of what's happening at the mill, both the solution and the ore and stuff like that.
Keep it documented.
Yeah, keep it all documented and everything,
Yeah.
so you can see what's going on. Hey, Smoking.
Oh, smoking.
Oh, by the way, the electric powered rat rod. Somebody, I forget where it was, did you recall, little one, was saying that, I think it was President Biden said, we're going to take the U.S. military and make all the vehicles
electric tanks. Yeah,
electric.
tanks.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, that'll work
He
good.
has made such a pronouncement.
Yep.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be just insane. But then, what's new? Anyhow, I thought that was pretty funny. Well, yeah, that's not going to work. And so it's a very small space, Terry. Easy to fill it with foolishness.
Or a big empty spot, one or the other.
But anyhow, so what, blind dude? That you didn't just trip; you must have fallen down. That's my unless
And
you
hit
just
something,
just ran into something. Goodness.
Well, we all know that there is space for wrench between Lord Malarkey's ears.
But anyhow, so I say I'm just getting the mill up and running. As you can see from the video, the grinding seems to be going well. We had 500 pounds in the tank as a test, and then I had some of the fittings were just friction fit, so that I could change it. And when I was trying to pull the one off the top of the tank, the one on the bottom of the tank came off.
Oh crap!
So, well, that's why you have secondary containment. But nevertheless, I had to dump that batch onto the pad in order to fix the plumbing. So now we got 1,000 pounds of new stuff sitting in the tank. I don't recall, Jeff. Perhaps, but I don't recall for sure. Whatever, say we'll find out. I suspect it's just a temporary glitch that'll kind of rectify itself. Hi, Prospector Phil. And so when you're, yeah, it was just a little temporary thing, Chris. Let's say I didn't think so. And I couldn't close the outlet valve on that side because it was full of dirt. So it was just one of those things. That's why you have secondary containment. I just opened the valve on the other side and let it all run out to the pad. No big deal. Luckily, we still had another, 200 pounds crushed for that batch that we hadn't put in there. And so we just used that for the next batch. We got to run. But Eva and I ground up 800 pounds in about 3 hours?
Yep.
Yeah, somewhere around that. And yeah, I did. That's what I did. I cleaned it out, put the check valve in, blah blah blah.
Yeah. Second try.
The check valve itself seems to work pretty well, but it has an interesting phenomenon, and Chris will probably know precisely. I'm sure it's Venturi effect. But here's the bottom of the tank, like this. Then there's a standard fitting in here, like this. The standard one, you just cut a hole in the tank and clamps on. Yeah, so the check valve, the rod comes down here, and then the plate goes across here. Yeah. Now, I would have expected when I turned the pumps on, it's going to push it way the heck up. It doesn't.
It just shoots it out.
It shoots it out and it sucks it down. The Venturi effect actually holds that plate down towards the thing, and you got to pull up a little bit, and then it'll break loose, and that Venturi effect stops. I presume it gets turbulent.
Right, it must be the turbulence under it.
Yeah. But for whatever reason, it's got to be going fast enough that it gets good jetting action here. What I did was I took the plate, and if here's the plate, basically, what I did was I bent it so that on the edge it
stands up
like
a
that.
Little. Right, it stands up a little.
So we have these 4 channels kind of coming out like this, and it seems to work fairly well. Now, is the bottom of the tank completely clean? No,
really, no,
not when it's running.
As long as it doesn't plug your valve, though. I mean, that was your whole concept.
But your buildup is about like that.
That's not bad.
Nah, not with 1,000 pounds.
And that probably still is moving. It's got to be somewhat of a
probably.
Fluid bed.
So what I'm going to do tomorrow when I go out there is the main pressure line from the pumps to the bottom of the tank. I'm going to cut a chunk out, put in a T, and hook up a hose to a lance. And that way, any dead bedding, I can stir around and get it at least to move 1 or 2 times, in the long run.
Yeah, you could do that with a garden hose?
Yeah,
you don't need a
3/4 inch garden hose and a piece of 3/4 inch pipe.
Tubing, yeah.
Yep. But anyhow, pretty much high velocity equals exactly. I say it's a Venturi effect there between the plate and that fitting. Bernoulli effect, yeah. Although that's spelled wrong there, Argonaut. There's an O in there. I know at least one O. But yeah, it's yeah, David, that's from Lars. Lars sent that up here before last Monday. I was hoping to have it last Monday, but it wasn't able to get to it hadn't showed up at the post office in time. And so, you ought to see my spelling, Argonaut. It does. It looks fantastic.
Yeah. Sometimes.
And by the way, Jim, when you're moving it, that's all that's holding it on there. So,
all right. Well,
be careful. It's easy to knock off.
looks like it'll stay there as long as we don't play with it.
As long as you don't screw with it too much, it does fine. But yeah, and I'm thinking that may work pretty well in terms of it. Make sure that it's getting a good jet.
Yeah, well, it can't hurt. You're giving it turbulence to mix. So
yeah. So it seems to be working okay.
I think that was a good solution, actually.
The one thing that I really need to do is at the bottom of this pipe here, I left it open. And I'm going to have to put a cap there because it's pressurizing this whole thing. When I first turned on the pumps, it started shooting out the top. And when I put a cap on there, the little holes I have to put the pin in are just shooting out, and it's a mess. So I got to do a little bit of modification there.
Infield engineering.
I already have the cap over there. I just didn't take it out. Is anyone else see me freezing up? Hello, Musab Kamal. Anyone else seeing freezing? I don't. I don't think so. They're not going to get as far as that plate does. Okay, here. Okay.
All right.
Apparently, it's just you, David.
Yeah, your area.
Nobody else is seeing that.
It's a California
wait a minute.
thing.
Mr. Lodak says he does. Okay.
All right.
But anyhow, yeah, that plate actually is working better than I thought it would.
I think that was a good solution, actually. When I seen what you were doing, I thought, hell, that'll work.
Yeah, and
then it acts as a check valve when you stop your pump or whatever.
And that will keep it from just burying the pipe in there, and then the mud freezes up, and then you're screwed.
Right, you can't get it to start cycling again.
Yeah. So, as I say, it restarted yesterday. This was the first time I restarted.
After leaving it for a day.
For leaving it for a day, it had 1,000 pounds in it, and I checked to see how thick the crud was, and most of it had settled to the bottom, and it was running like this thick, but easily penetrated with a 3/4 inch pipe.
It didn't harden
It wasn't fluid, but it was just really thin mud, basically. You could feel it, but you didn't have to jam it through. You could push it through pretty easy. And then once I started it up, that stuff fluffed real quick. And then it was just dead bed like this much on the bottom in certain places because I did the crinkle.
I would think
cut.
Eventually that would keep kind of.
I would think
once it gets flowing.
Yeah. And
you could always turn your plate too, I suppose.
All you got to do is
if you raise that up like that.
All you got to do is take that post and go like that.
Yeah, just give it.
Yeah, it's just free spinning.
Yeah, just give it a turn.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be a problem there. But anyhow, I don't want to mess with it until I dump the tank again, where I've got a nice clean area. It's amazingly hard to find that little 2-inch hole at the bottom of the tank. It's more difficult than you would think. Yeah, then you're going to get a lot of friction. You're absolutely right, Chris. But I'd rather be able to do it manually so I know where things are going to happen. So I'm just going to put a plug on the bottom for now. And hopefully with an empty pipe, that'll also tend to give it a little bit of uplift, which may open that gap a little more. So the Venturi effect is going to be over a slightly wider gap, and I'll get a little more flow. I don't know. And
hey, if it's working, it's working.
Yeah, I say it seems to work okay. And
No sense overthinking it as long as it works.
Simplicity has its own beauty.
Yeah.
Somebody was talking to me today about, putting in some kind of dust collector or whatever for the feeder, and it makes perfect sense, except it's another piece of equipment that has to be maintained, powered, etc. And that's possible, Chris. But the additional complexity is something you would prefer to avoid if you can.
Yeah, it's more, the more covers even you put on something, the worse it gets when you
have to maintain
it. Make a change somewhere.
Yeah, I still got to put a cover on the belts because that's you only go back there once to start it, but nevertheless those should be covered.
Make a cage or
I've got the stuff, and
exactly, David. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Because then you create a whole nother scenario where you create other things to fix.
Yeah. The pillow block on the other side of the shaft, the other end, that I've got a cover now. Because that's where you're working.
Right.
And you get a loose piece of clothing or something caught in that shaft.
That'd wrap you up.
You are not going to stop it.
No.
Yeah. It's a little more complicated than that, Chris. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. We were trying to add moisture and see if we could get dust. We were unable to achieve a moisture content that suppressed the dust well while still flowing properly. We're starting to get some plugs up on the top. Here's a question, Jim. The filters on those engines have a paper filter with a foam cover.
Yeah.
But the RC46 engine that got toasted pretty quickly because of dust.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of oil coating can you put on those foam covers that work well? Anything in particular you would suggest?
I used to just use 1030 or whatever,
just
soak it and then squeeze it out so that it's not full of oil. Otherwise the paper filter will start to be at full oil. But that way you've got just enough coating that the foam will catch most of the dirt. So then you need to rinse that out once in a while with some gasoline or cleaner.
I'm thinking we should probably do that every day.
That would be a good idea to do every so many hours. Just do it. It's just like, actually putting an oil bath air cleaner on would be a good idea. We'd have to do a little figure in there to do it.
There have to be some modifications.
Well, see, the old Briggs and Strattons and that had probably almost the right sized oil bath air filter.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could find one and make a little bit of a modification,
some kind of adapter,
or even if we had to take the throat up a little higher to get it, up a little bit. But an oil bath would take care of that problem immensely. Then you only have to clean that basically about, every 20, 25 when you service the engine, change the oil in the engine.
We can probably, we'll see about running a hose. If we get it up 6 feet in the air.
Then you could put just a regular air filter on it.
That'll get it out of the dust.
Get it out of the dust,
Yeah, and so, I say, we shall see. But these are the sort of things.
Well, actually, I wonder if he would have an old piece of farm equipment out there with an oil bath with a pipe. It already has the pipe and the filter, everything on it.
I don't know. Something, the pipe is going to be too big for that engine.
I know, but we can neck that down. That's just a simple reducer.
Yeah, I say, I don't know. There's lots of possibilities, but in the long run, we do want to use better air filtration on that engine. That's clear. But for now, I think the main thing is just turn that foam from a dry foam to an oil foam.
Yeah, definitely dampen it.
Yeah, and that ought to help. And
then just try to.
Have you ever tried to find filters for a Harbor Freight engine? Guess who doesn't sell them? Harbor Freight.
There's a lot of things that they have that are like that. You can't get the replacement or the refill.
So I'm going to have to order it on the internet. They do have them somewhere.
Should be the same as the Honda engines. Go to the hardware store.
Don't know.
because a couple of them that I've worked on where I had a valve problem and stuff, they were exact duplicate engines of the Honda, like a 7-horse Honda or a 12-horse Honda. The parts were identical. So I just used Honda parts.
So they might have bought the tooling from Honda after it got worn out.
I think they copied it. I think it's reverse engineering.
I know where to get no toil. Yep.
Exactly, Chris. That would be doable.
Yep. And eBay, okay. But that's the sort of thing that I need to get on. And let me write that down too.
Yeah. No, you definitely want to maintain the engines, otherwise you'll be, working.
Yeah,
it
gets real expensive.
Yeah, it gets really expensive when you got to put a new engine on every year.
Okay. Yeah, it's on my list now.
Actually, your owner out there would probably have some of that water cell oil.
Yeah,
because they do run it in dirt bikes.
Oh yeah, that's how I know where I can get it.
Yeah, that shouldn't even be an issue.
I've seen it on the shelf somewhere.
Yeah, well, you've probably got some cans in the back that are half empty.
Okay, let's see what you're sending me, Chris.
It's a link for your filters. Oil bath. There you go. Old Massey Ferguson tractor. We might be able to find one out there in the scrapyard, Chris. That's what I'm thinking.
Which is the inlet side? Probably the vertical one.
No.
Huh? That's the inlet?
That'd be the draw on the inlet's the top. But on the top, they can also put another dust cover that's a swirl cover.
Yeah, so this would be the manifold side.
Right, that'd be going to the carburetor.
Yeah, okay. See, we could just take a hose and run that down.
Yeah, just neck it down.
And
put it right on.
So we could put this thing way up there.
Yeah, you can mount it on a pole.
Or you could even take an adapter hose and then run the hose from here up.
You could do that too.
Yeah, that would work fine. So as long as you get that inlet.
But that oil bath coming through that oil would take care of any of that dirt.
How much was that thing? $62.29 each.
Yeah, I bet we could find a used one out here in that pile he's got.
Could be. If not, I'm sure somebody's got one. But anyhow, you wouldn't believe all this. I was out there the other day, and there's a tow truck. Like, I know someone who's got, that was out there working on something, But just a friend has it. It's apparently not their business, but they just happen to have a tow truck laying around.
My buddy's got a tow truck.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Okay.
I have a nice aluminum rollback.
Oops, wait a minute. No.
Just for himself.
Okay. I've got it saved. Thank you there, Chris. Okay, what's this? Let's see. Let's see. Chris got another one here. Air filter assembly.
Oil bath for a Honda GX160. That should almost fit right on.
That might fit right on there. What is it? A 6.5? No, the one I've got on there is like a 13 horsepower. The engine on that impact mill.
700 or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyhow, I say I'm sure we'll be able to figure something out there. See, where am I at now? Okay, don't click the wrong one.
Yeah. Yeah, Go Miner. Yeah, that does work, but
yeah, but last year I had an engine on my impact mill that was giving problems, and it took me 3 months to get an engine because they were on the boat somewhere.
Yeah, they didn't have one in stock.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Gold Miner, that's not a bad idea under normal circumstances. But yeah, Chris, yes, I understand the idea, and I'll be talking it over with the boss, and I'm sure he knows people and knows a lot of stuff, and we'll figure something out. But I agree that the air filtration needs to be improved dramatically. Now, we do have that 13 horsepower Honda that's on the RC46 that we'll need to modify that too.
It'll be a similar situation.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm almost thinking out there in that junkyard he's got, though. I bet you there's enough parts to do it.
I don't know. The idea is to get something that's easy to maintain.
Well, yeah,
You know,
an
easy to
oil
get
bath
parts
is
for.
you just unclip it, drop it off, wipe it out, put new oil in, and put it back on.
So
You know?
whenever you change the oil, first you take the oil bath off.
Right, clean
You
it.
clean it
first,
out,
yep,
then you drain the oil into
Yep,
the
that's
oil
exactly
bath.
what you do and rerun it. Yep. Well, especially when you're changing oil, I don't know what hours you do on your engines, but on all my pumps and stuff, I got to be 20, 25 hours I change the oil.
Yeah,
Just because
like once a week.
You know, that way those engines seem to run for years and years and years. And yeah, you go through a few quarts of oil, but it's just way cheaper than engines and parts.
Well, a lot more predictable too.
Well, they're not smoking, and you know, you just avoid all the other problems.
Yeah, I agree. Our generators we do once a week. Maybe run about 40 hours or something by that time.
That'd be all right as long as the oil isn't starting to get real black or anything. But
Chris says 18 to 24 hours is his rule of thumb.
Yeah, that's about what I do, Chris, is I figure 20, 25 hours. And I even went and put electric counters, hour meters on. So when the magneto's running, it counts.
Huh.
Harbor Freight's got them, I believe. But you just hook it right to the spark plug wire.
Wow.
And it's an actual counter.
Yeah. So as I say, these are the sort of things that I got about 3 weeks to get figured out.
Yeah, well, and that's what I've been working on, is trying to get all the details, my truck done and trailer done, and getting everything ready so that as soon as we can get into the hills and go, all the little nickel and dime stuff's done.
Well, I say we got another ton, maybe ton and a half of crushed ore out there. We got another at least 2 or 3 tons of larger rock that I can bust up and put through the RC46. Some of that I have hand sorted to different rock types, because we're going down this decline and we're getting a variety of rock types, everything from apparently just mineralized wall rock to actual vein rock to that, kryptonite quartz, and try and get good sorts on those and then crush them separately and take samples. And that way we'll get the information as to where is the gold concentrated. When we're looking at something, it's not like, well, there's gold here. The question, no, there's a lot of gold there. There's a little bit of gold there.
Right.
There's
Where's your
virtually no
line?
gold there.
Find
Yeah,
those
exactly.
Lines. Yep. Eliminate what you don't have to run.
Yeah. I say it's not a big technological thing to just do that. It's very easy when you're in a new situation to just visually hand sort stuff by rock type, crush it up and assay it. You're probably better off answering that question than me, Jim. It says, I've heard it's like winter elk habitat or something like that.
There is limitations on certain areas that they'll close the gates due to elk habitat. Most of them open May 1st, though, I believe. I don't know, when's your road open?
Mid-May.
Mid-May?
Yeah.
May 15th.
May 15th. Okay.
Officially.
So a lot of the areas,
there's no gate on ours.
A lot of the areas, Jeff, that I'm in west of here and that, no, there's no limitation, but right now there's 4 feet of snow on those roads yet, or so, 5 feet, and drifting yet. So it'll be a little while. I mean, I've seen snow drifts we couldn't get through with the truck on the 4th of July on a few spots up there. So we're early so far in the year.
So you put a plow blade on the front of the truck, you back up a bit, you get a run at it.
You put your chains on all 4 wheels, 4-wheel drive, and you get a run at it, and you don't slow down until you punch through the other side. And then once you do that, a day or 2 later, the snow's gone.
Oh, and Lauren uses waste oil to heat his shop too, by the way.
There you go. Oh, well, then I got some oil for you, Lauren.
Oh,
I got a bunch of jugs, and I got to finish what I'm doing now. I'll have more.
Do you need any more, Lauren?
I'm sure he'll take it if he's using it.
I saw some totes up on the mountainside there that I kind of suspect is extra waste oil. It's pretty, Terry. You know, it is beautiful. It's just real annoyance at times.
Oh yeah.
Why is snow so beautiful, I wonder? Everyone agrees.
Well, it is pretty,
but it's also just very annoying. Well, yeah, but mud is annoying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lauren says, "You betcha."
Yeah. No,
but the mud is as much of an annoyance. We don't go, "Oh, mud's pretty." I wonder why that is. Yeah, Chris. I say Lauren's got his big furnace at the shop there is a waste oil heater.
That's a good way to go.
And yeah, for the size shop he's got and everything, it'll work well. That's your effeminate son. Little one. Terry says you're thinking. That's your effeminate son. I was talking about, you know how snow is beautiful?
Because it's usually white and clean and
pretty. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but why is it pretty?
Because it's white and clean.
Because it's white
and dirty and brown and ugly.
I don't know. Could be. I don't know. I guess those people in the Southeast thinks mud's pretty too. I don't know. They're a little weird about that stuff. So anyhow, but as you can see, that mill, nice, Chris. That's in the high sevens there. That's a good one.
What did he do? What did he do?
He said right brain, left nut.
Good point. Excellent point.
But anyhow, so as you can see from the video, even Eva can keep that thing running at about 400 pounds per hour. The biggest problem right now is feeding from the hopper onto the vibrating feeder. It tends to bridge, and keep from feeding. So I think I may want to open up that a little bit more there and make a bigger hole so it's harder for it to bridge. But aside from that,
it shouldn't be an issue.
It's not too bad, and
because you're not overfeeding the mill anyway.
No, it's just a matter of you're constantly babysitting that thing instead of shoveling and then just standing there and staring at it. Stick a whisker up from the shaker.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Couldn't you take a piece of good stiff wire, or two, maybe even two of them, and stick them in there to where when that thing's shaking, it's kind of scratching around a little bit?
I don't know. The thing is, the vibration actually tends to pack most of that bed. When you throw it in there and are cleaning it out, it's like that. But if it's been sitting there a while, it gets even tighter. So I'm not sure.
If I get out there, I'll look at it.
The mouth of Sarlacc alone.
It's a Star Wars thing. Chris will probably get it. Mouth of Sarlacc. Do you got it, Chris? I don't think piano wire is going to do it. I don't think that's going to get what needs to be got there. But could maybe run something there. I don't know. I'll give it a thought. And we might try this or that or the other. It doesn't seem to be a huge problem. There's a number of little things that need to be tweaked hither and thither still.
Woo-hoo.
But we're getting it done. Like I need to put a stop in there so that the feeder doesn't just vibrate itself too far forward.
I just won 15
locking
coins.
bolt or something.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure, Chris. It's an interesting idea, and I'll think about it, but I'm not sure what will work. And I'm thinking also by changing to like a slicker paint, it might help too. And I have
They have graphite paint.
Yeah, and I also have some screws that have come up through there to hold stuff on that I could shear those off.
We used to do our boxes at home for hauling grain.
Mhm.
Get a gallon of graphite paint, put that on, and I don't care. You could have all the wet corn and crap you want; it wouldn't stick to it. And before, that stuff would pack in there just like that mud or dirt does. It just pack.
Oh, Lars is here finally, little one. As you can
Lars, I love the sign. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Lars, for the sign.
Yes.
And so appreciate that and appreciate the trip you're making there. It'd be nice to see you on Friday. And Lauren's looking forward to meeting you too. Just kind of keep me informed as you're making your way up here. Also, when you're at the house down there, if you're getting stuff and looking around and you see anything, it's like, well, that looks like mining equipment. It's mine.
Load it.
Yeah, it's well, not necessarily load, but give me a call. I'm going to make a special effort to stay in cell phone coverage until you've left Tucson there. So if you have a question about anything like that, I'll be there to answer it. And say if I don't want it, but it's something that you could use, it's fine with me. So I say when you're going through the sheds and this and that, and you're looking around, if you see something that looks interesting or whatever, don't be afraid to give me a jingle
What
and
about
say,
your metal brake? Is that coming up here?
no, the metal brake's not coming up here. That's a beast. It would be kind of nice, but it's big. It's really heavy. It takes 4 people to move. It's just a 4-foot metal brake, but I bet you it weighs 250, 300 pounds.
Yeah,
Oh, geez. No, somebody made it out of heavy. I mean, it's a homemade thing.
Oh, really?
But yeah, it works. And
Wow, I'm over here.
it's a 4-foot brake. It's it'll do 14 gauge without a problem. It's a standard brake, not a press brake. Just something somebody put together, and I was able to pick it up for like $200, and it wasn't too bad. But did we put it in the back of a truck, little one?
Yeah.
Boy, it almost killed us. It was me and Gonzo and Joachim, and wow, that was interesting. Possibly, Chris. I don't know if it would work on 11, but if you can haul it and you want it, Lars, sure. Because we would like to clean up that house, the yard there, and everything. I don't know if Tom, has any use for it or whatever. I don't think my brother has a use for it per se. For a while there, my brother had a really nice brake. It was a 10-footer. Somebody was starting up their own business and was kind of running it out of Randy's backyard. It was a metal fab thing.
Yeah.
And then they finally got the shop of their owner where they moved all their stuff out. But for a while there, he was really nicely set up. You use the brake?
Oh, good.
Tom? Okay. But when Lars is over there, if you see anything that you don't use and looks like mining or whatever, give me a jingle. Yeah, that's right, Terry.
That's how that works, Terry.
But since it's in Tucson, it doesn't matter anyhow. Yeah, we tried to use Lauren's Harbor Freight brake.
Yeah.
For the something on the that feeder thing. I think we were going to try and break the hopper, along those lines there. No, that didn't work.
Yeah.
No, it didn't work worth a darn. But yeah, So anyhow, between you and Lars, Tom, look around, and if you see anything that Lars would like, or you think I might want Lars, the mining stuff or whatever, give me a call. That's why I'm going to stay next to the phone.
Cool.
That's my thought, Tom. I'm sure there's stuff that ain't in my brain right now, and so you can look it out.
I'm over here winning lots of Doogie coins.
She's winning Doogie coins.
Hey,
Yep.
Genuine
Out.
Doogie coins.
I guess he's leaving now. Man, I feel so lonesome now that Tom's gone. Mexican joke time. But yeah, between you and Lars, you guys can kind of figure stuff out. And that's why I'll be on the phone, because I know there's going to be a question about something that I haven't thought of. Well, how about this?
Forgot I had it.
Yeah, I want that. Can you bring it up, Lars? Or
bring it with.
Yeah, I have no idea what I got left there. Okay. Hey, Marty. So, anyhow, it should be an interesting week. And depending upon when you guys are done down there, even I may go out to the ranch and try and start another batch. I think what I'll do is I'll dump the batch that's currently in circuit Tuesday, tomorrow morning while Eva's still asleep. And pretty boring job there, Arizona prepper. I hope you get paid well. But anyhow, my idea is I'll dump that, and that'll give time for the solution to work its way through the pad. Because right now, I've got a big enough tank. If I was to fill a tank and dump it, and then fill another tank and dump it, I might not have the capacity to hold all that solution
on the pad.
Yeah, so I'm not sure at this point. So I figure I'll play it safe. I'm in no big rush because I got 3 weeks before I can get back to the mine anyway.
Right.
And right now I'm going.
It'll come fast though. All of a sudden it'll be here,
Oh yeah, but I mean I can do prep work without pushing the amount of material I'm running.
Right.
And so right now I'm running at 20 mesh screen size, 1,000 pounds per batch, and that'll give me plenty of cushion material to put on top of my drainage stuff. And so then when we start moving material, we'll be in better shape to just move material, and that's kind of my evil plan. So far, I've been reasonably well anticipating where the bottlenecks are going to be. I've even got 4 buckets of solution sitting at the boss's place. I think it was 3 pregnant and 1 barren, that just in case I needed it this winter for testing.
Right. You kept some
I had it.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea.
We can just dump it back in the pond now.
Yeah,
no big deal. Hey Jeff, he has people for that. They're called his bosses. But anyhow, so far I've been doing pretty good, not winding up going, well, crap, I'm in a bottleneck here.
Right.
Although
yeah, now what?
These it's kind of frustrating because I got the results back from the samples. I know what the head grade is. And I took the solution samples from the bottle rolls a week ago, and he still hasn't run them yet because he's just been swamped. And I mean, these people are all want to, they're paying a rush fee to get it done. It's like, well, ooh. I can't comment on that, Tom.
Yeah, don't go there.
Yeah. But anyhow, so I say that's just kind of where I'm at right now.
Hey, Thalia.
Hi, Thalia. How's it going? You're here early. You still got testing you got to get through, I presume. Doing calculus homework right now. I hate it. Yeah, I used to hate it too. Never found a use for it in my life, but it's really, really important to some people that are really smart and do really important things.
Mm-hmm.
I've used algebra a lot. Chris, only if you have the right mindset. And that is something you're either born with or not. Now, there's a YouTube channel called Mathologer stuff, and there's sometimes I will click that, and Eva just loves it. You know, I enjoy it too, but she I hope you weren't doing that at work, Lars. I remember a particular Mars probe that they forgot that something was in meters per second instead of feet per second. Perhaps that might be the reason. Now we know, huh? I just do it the less complicated. Well, it's actually more complicated, but it's easier to intuitively understand if you don't understand calculus intuitively. I think it was Euler that said, to the true mathematician, the phrase e to the pi I equals -1 is intuitively obvious. To which I'm like, okay, I'm not a true mathematician.
So much for that, huh?
You know, that's fine. And he may be abundantly correct. I have no clue.
I'm not gonna
All I know
challenge
is it doesn't happen for me, and I'm perfectly happy digging rocks.
Yeah, good.
Okay. I'm happy where I'm at. There's people that do this math stuff and do rocket surgery and things like that, and I'm glad we have them. But guess what? I ain't one of them, and that's okay. You know? Oh, but yeah, he was doing good out there, and that first 500-pound batch, that night she was pretty sore. And this, yeah, I know exactly, Chris. That's what I'm saying. But the second batch, she had roughly the same amount of shoveling. I did probably the majority of the shoveling on that.
Mm-hmm.
Towards the end, I was shoveling and making sure it was feeding right. She was changing buckets. And then, you know, when needed, you know, I dumped buckets into the tank.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm sure that she'll get in condition really quick. And she's finding out that the gym doesn't work the muscles the way work does.
Nope, it's totally different.
So
the work is better for you if you can stand the work.
I don't think there's anyone that can do everything, Terry. Some people are much more versatile than others. I'm probably more versatile than many people.
Yeah.
But say I have lots of limitations.
Oh yeah, we all do.
You know, and that's fine because those limitations aren't generally in places where I want to go.
Right. It's not in your interest. Yeah. Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Loduck.
Thanks.
I appreciate it. Oh, really, David? Do you go up on top of skyscrapers and go dancing along the parapet wall like some idiots on YouTube? I don't. Man, some people do just some insane looking stuff.
You see them two clowns try to switch airplanes the other day?
Did they actually try
they tried it. Yeah, they crashed one of the planes.
They
did? What I heard. I didn't see the video yet, but
okay, because I was
they tried to
watching
skydive
Lirio,
between the two planes and switch.
And he said, you know, he was talking about where they didn't get permission to try it.
No, the FAA is after them now.
No.
Well, they're after them now.
But I stopped watching at that point. It's like, okay, fine. But apparently they actually tried it and crashed one of the planes. Well, you know, that's kind of what happens when you leave a plane unattended while in flight.
I just thought, you know, what a stunt, you know, and for what? Make money, I guess.
That's basically it. And some things are best left for people who we can really live without. Think of it as evolution in action. That's a phrase that I heard a long time ago, and it makes things so much less stressful.
It's a simple concept. Self-elimination.
Just think of it as evolution in action. It's like, it's not a tragedy. It's improving the gene pool. Okay. I don't know. Perhaps they should test it out. As long as they're volunteers, I don't really care. Yeah.
Yeah. Darwin Award winners. Yeah. Exactly, Lars.
No, it's amazing. And how many times have you done something and you go, holy crap, what did I just do? That could have turned out horribly.
I've had a few run-ins over the years. That
was
like,
oh too.
Boy, that was a close one.
Yeah. I just
don't do that again.
It's like, yeah, that wasn't real smart, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that one? I forget what it was. It was on, gun things where some guy click, he had a hang fire, so he looks down there and it literally blows his hat off. That's like, okay.
I think there's a couple of videos out there like that they did just with things that you should know better. Never do that.
Yeah. Well, you don't know. I mean, and
it's a guy thing.
Generally, it is. Generally, those things are done by guys.
Yeah, push it to the limit.
Well, and the real risky stuff, women in general are more careful not to get hurt. So when it looks risky, they're like, okay, I'm going to be careful here.
As far as for the vibration blind dude, to get the shaking, is that what you're asking?
Down the bucket. What are you trying to do with the bucket, blind dude?
Create a shaking classifier.
Yeah, you'll need an eccentric, but boy, what's his name? Jimmy down there. He had an old exercise massage, one had the belt and shaking back. Had a little carriage sort of thing. You had to, and you could just take your standard classifying screens and put it in there. Lord have mercy, that thing would classify like a son of a gun.
Run her right through, huh?
Yeah. It worked great because it's best not to just go side to side. It's best to have a little vertical in there too.
Yeah, kind of a little of both.
Well, see, those things, they do this. And so
straps.
Yeah, because all they are is like both ends of a electric motor with eccentric shafts. And so it's doing this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, because the whole thing is doing this at about 10 times a second or something. It was hilarious. It worked like a champ.
Huh.
Yep. Yeah, Sawzall would work for a pure horizontal vibration. Yep. That would work. Just take one of the saw blades and
you could make a blade that would lock in. That would just
so you could take and anneal a blade and weld something onto it.
A plate to put your bucket right onto or something.
Yeah, and then just clip it
to the
sawzall.
Enough vibration. Sawzall would give you enough vibration.
Oh yeah.
And hell, you can buy a new sawzall for what? You can get a Milwaukee for about $70 brand new.
They're not expensive.
No, they're electric 110.
I bought a battery powered one for a little over $100.
Yeah.
That was a rigid.
Now the battery ones are the ones everybody wants. Nobody wants to drag a cord.
Yeah. Well, in my case, out of the mine. You know, how do you cut timbers easily?
No, I agree. I mean, I love my battery equipment, and I've gotten more of it as I've gone along. Impact wrenches, and I love them.
Yeah,
can jump out of the truck, grab that wrench, and walk over, and, you know, and break stuff.
Well, the thing is too. I mean, with a Sawzall, you can get some pretty long blades, so you can cut an 8x8 without a problem.
Oh yeah.
With a circular saw, that's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, Lars, that's about right.
I guess that's for the blades, huh?
No, you can get the really cheap. They make some cheap Sawzalls that are
just, really?
Yeah, they're about $8 a piece.
It's called the Earthquake. They make it for buckets. Huh. It's designed to shake paint buckets, I would guess, huh? Is that what you're saying, David? It's designed to stir paint in paint buckets by shaking them?
Could be.
It could be.
That would work, because that does both too. That's oscillating.
Yeah.
I don't know where you'd find an old one of them, but
I don't know.
They're they're kind of neat.
The Earthquake classifier. Sweet. By the way, here's something else. Over at your average coin shop, what's the name of that again?
It's a Sigma.
A Sigma. I knew it was a Greek letter. It's called a Sigma tester, but they actually have these testers, and they use some resistivity and stuff. But it's basically uses like metal detector technology to determine the conductivity of things, and it can tell you to a certain extent what your metal is because of the conductivity. So if this is supposed to be a gold coin and it's supposed to be 90% gold, you set it to 90% gold, you put it on, and it tells you yes or no.
Right.
So you can use it to some extent test your alloys. We're going to find out when we actually pour a little bar or something from Montana B and see what they can do with it.
See if he can get close to the
assay. Well, by simply doing, setting different things, he may be able to, or it may
tell where you're at.
I don't know if it gives you a digital readout or anything like that.
Yeah, it gives you a digital readout.
Yeah. But anyhow, so say we're going to see they're only about $2,000, but the thing is, since we do business with the local coin shop, he'll be happy to try it for free.
Yeah, just check it for you.
Yep. So anyhow, paint bucket shakers for mixing paints. I've never seen one for sale.
You know, over the years I have seen them, but I never give it a thought as far as mining equipment. But it would work.
Yeah. Well, if it does, it's not shaking it so violently.
I think the cheapest out's a Sawzall, though. If you waste that Sawzall, you can always get another one.
Radio carrier for a military helicopter uses a base for my Miller table. Yeah. I kind of like the Sawzall too, myself.
I think that would work. You might have to play with the concept a little bit, but that'll give you enough vibration and everything, and it can take a lot of weight and still have the vibration.
Yeah, it's
if you've ever
not going to fail easily. Yeah.
If you've ever hooked a Sawzall on a nail trying to cut a wall down, I'll tell you what, it'll take the ladder out from under you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those power tools are pretty powerful nowadays. Those lithium batteries made a world of difference. I had an old electric screwdriver sort of thing.
Screw gun.
And I couldn't even put together one good size metal shed, before it was dead.
Batteries were dead.
Yeah. Not nowadays.
Oh, this stuff's
that's amazing.
incredible.
Of course, because we're going to need to use it for our tanks.
I've got a lot of battery equipment. I love it.
Yeah, well, I got the rigid because I got a rigid set, and cool, Terry. But so that's why I've got the rigid stuff, because once you get batteries, you don't want to get something else, and so they kind of get you suck you in that way. My first set I got for free though, a drill that was stuck in low range. That's how come I got the set. and an impact and 2 batteries and a charger.
Hmm.
Yeah, my old construction boss gave it to me. Yeah, you could probably do that.
That's a good idea, Phil. That you could do that. Take the foot off and just hook into it.
Yeah, you probably want to put something on there so it doesn't mushroom it or anything. Yeah, I would agree. A little a rubber pad or something. That makes a lot of sense. Instead of push pull, just push and let a spring pull it back. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if you put a rubber pad right there that you're whacking against.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make plenty of sense. Another thing, instead of a return spring, you could take it and mount it on 2 flexible steel plates. I call them flex plates when you do it that way.
Right. Thin enough that they can take the.
Yep.
That's really all that RP4 table is under it.
Yep.
It's just
exactly.
flex plates on it.
Yep. Sure is. That ain't the only thing that's got flex plates.
Yeah.
I've made a few things myself that way.
Yeah. Well, hey, it works. It's a neat idea.
Yep. Probably could be a pretty small engine mount, Chris. I'm thinking just some contact cement and a chunk of tire would work fine.
I'm sure you can salvage a few pieces that don't cost nothing. And
yeah, I'm sure you could get a chunk of tire or something like that. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how you adjust the stuff or tools to get variable frequency without damaging the motors. I'm not sure how that works, but I know it can be done.
It's got airflow. Them old Milwaukee Sawzalls were tough.
But yeah, that could be interesting. I like the idea.
I think it work. I do.
I do too. And if you had one like on flex plates or whatever, depending on how far you push the Sawzall in, it could be getting just a little tap each time or a big
or
shake.
Hard. Yeah.
You know. Yeah, the ramming plate, you need to have a good solid ramming plate, so to speak, but then you'd want to cover. If you're just using the foot of the blade holder to whack it, you know, you'd want something there. I've done that with a drill. It can be annoyingly difficult to get the speed that you want.
With a hose clamp.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I did wind up with a hose clamp.
Yeah,
I think
you
that's
can tighten it down a little more and speed it up or back it up.
Yeah, blind dude, I'd go with a hose clamp.
Yep.
Yep.
Metal hose clamp. You can screw it tighter or looser.
Yep.
You can adjust it.
Yep.
It'll stay on the trigger that way.
Yep. Oh. Let's see. So what did you get done today? I mean, this week? Nothing?
Not a lot. Working on my truck yet. And then I had to repack the bearings on one of my trailers and worked on my garden, trying to get some of that ready. So if it warms up someday.
Pretty much, Chris.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that vibration in my pickup's getting a little worse. I ordered a tail shaft bearing from Motion Industries.
Mm-hmm.
Still hasn't shown up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's supposed to be here like next week. So it's not.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure what it is, but I think more and more it's probably in that drive shaft somehow. But it can't be an imbalance, I don't think, because if it was, it wouldn't. The throttle position wouldn't matter. If it was just out of balance, it'd be the speed. And I mean, you can be, getting a pretty good vibration, back off on the throttle, dies to nothing. That's not out of balance. It could be in the U-joints, something there, although they were both tight when we pulled it off.
What's the harmonic balancer on the front of the engine look like?
Well, that shouldn't matter with your engine throttle setting. That would be the speed. See what I'm saying?
Well,
You know, because that's the the engine speed
yeah.
would matter, but not what the throttle setting is at that speed. I mean, literally, it can go from, well, let's say on a scale of 1 to 10. If it was at 10, you back off on the throttle, it's at 1 or less. It's a huge difference. It goes smooth from vibrate. If you push down on the throttle more and you kick in the secondaries, it goes down. You know, the vibration reduces if you add throttle too. So I'm not sure.
So did you rebuild that carb or just change it out?
Neither one. The guy didn't bother testing. He's so busy. So I need to have it rebuilt
maybe
anyhow.
You're sucking air at a certain point on that carburetor.
Brake for bedrock, they were talking about using regular power tools or something like that to make a vibrating classifier. They were talking about you just have something and take a Sawzall and press the I don't know, the
Plunger
blade holder,
yeah,
against it and have it spring mounted so that it's pushing it back and spring returning it. I'd say it's more not load. I'm talking about throttle setting.
That's a 400, right?
Yeah.
I would look at that crank dampener, because if that rubber is starting to crack around it, because that's a 2-piece, and if that rubber is cracking on that thing, it's junk.
I'm not disagreeing.
You get this.
I'm talking shaking the truck.
It will.
To nothing. And all you do is you haven't changed the speed. All you've changed the throttle setting. You're not putting 100 horsepower through that damper.
You're loading it. That engine is that fuel that's going through that carburetor.
Yeah.
Or lack of.
Keep your speed. Go up a gentle hill. Keep your speed absolutely steady. Back off on the throttle. Increase the throttle. Shake, no shake. Shake, no shake. Speed didn't change. That's not.
Yeah, but it's your load.
I know it's load dependent.
Well, that's your torque.
But the dampener, all it's doing is pushing your the in this case the power steering pump, the water pump.
No, that's your pulley. The dampener itself is also a slip plate that balances your crankshaft.
Right, but it balances it. You could cut all the belts off of it; it would still balance the crankshaft. I say it's a 2-piece thing. Yes, I agree. But whether you're running at 1,500 RPMs, 10 horsepower, or 1,500 RPMs, 200 horsepower, the dampener is doing the exact same thing. See what I'm saying?
Well, no, because the load, as you go out of throttle or into throttle, you're changing your torque load on that crankshaft. That's where you get that flex.
Yes, at the back end you are.
No, you get it at the front end
It's working 8 times per rotation. As every cylinder hits, it loads and unloads.
I get that.
Yeah, but it's not transmitting 200 horsepower.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to check.
I would look at that dampener.
Yep. Seized U-joint. Now that's a possibility, Goldstream.
Yeah.
I have checked the temperature of the U-joints. I can't find any hot spots, but that was one of the things I was thinking was a seized U-joint. And so that's kind of my thought too. It's getting a little worse, but so what I'm trying to do is see if I can find a hot spot. Yeah, but I mean, does it change it 1,000%? I mean, I'm not kidding. It's like unnoticeable to shaking. Yeah, and all it is the throttle setting. Same speed. Yeah, new vehicle. Right, Terry.
Yeah.
Fine, got one?
Yeah.
Bring it by.
Yeah.
Should take the harmonic. Not too hard to take off. No. Not too hard.
I got a puller and stuff for that.
Yeah, sure. About 2 hours to pull it off and put it back on.
Mm-hmm.
You got to undo all the accessories, get all the belts.
You just got to pull the belts out of your way and the fan blade.
Yeah, and the fan blade and probably the fan shroud.
At least the upper part.
Yeah. Well, this is all one piece, but it slides out.
Mm.
It's one of those. But yeah.
Well,
Yeah, and that's it. I'm letting it get a little worse. There's nothing that I can find on the drive line except I know that tail shaft bearing is a little bit worn. But that's a harmonic vibration I can feel, and I know what it is, and I've had it before. This is something new. Seized U-joint makes sense, but I would think it would get hot.
Mm.
Yeah, we had the drive shaft off. Slip yoke is tight. The splines were tight. I mean, we had the drive shaft off. Everything was tight. There was nothing sloppy in it. We replaced one of the U-joints because the grease circuit got broken off. It seemed to be working okay, but the grease circuit got broken off. So we replaced it because it's going to fail. Hey, Billy, how's it going?
Yeah, hello, Billy.
And so the plan is, because when we go to replace that tail shaft bearing, we have to take the drive shaft off. So that was my thought. That's another one, John, that we're planning on doing. Been a bit busy. Yeah, well, blind dude, I was cooking a turkey the other day, and the little popper thing hadn't come up, so I stuck a meat thermometer in there, put it back in there. When I brought it out and I started pulling the aluminum was getting caught by a meat thermometer. So like an idiot, I grabbed the meat thermometer to pull it out.
Forgot it was hot, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure the balancer can go bad. Absolutely. But I don't think a balancer varies 1,000% by throttle setting. At the exact same, I can make it do it just steady. Just go up a gentle. I mean, Lauren, if you're still here, you can tell you were in the truck. And my thought is either there's carburation issues where at a certain throttle setting and everything, it's just missing because of getting a bad mixture. But U-joint seems to be about the frequency we're talking about. And it doesn't seem to change when it shifts from second to third.
Well, you haven't put that many miles since you went through that engine, right?
No.
Did you put in new timing gear and chain and all that stuff when you did it?
That engine? Yeah. It was rebuilt from scratch.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well,
yeah.
So then it's not internal.
That's what I'm thinking, Goldstream. I think it may be a tight U-joint.
That'd be possible.
Yeah. I bet you could, Goldstream. Wouldn't surprise me a bit. But I say, once that bearing shows up, which was supposed to be here this week, we're going to be pulling the drive shaft off again. And no, we replaced the whole U-joint. By the way, that drive shaft, it was funny because I took it into the shop. The guy says, the drive shaft's in backwards because the slip joint's towards the front instead of the back, or vice versa. I think it's towards the back when it's normally in the front. But guess what? It's got two different size U-joints. You can't put it in backwards unless you change all the yokes. So it's like, And so, and it wasn't doing it before.
At some point, somebody changed the drive shaft or something.
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. But no, none of that stuff changed from the time before it started vibrating till after it vibrated. In other words, nobody worked on anything. Nothing was replaced. Nothing was pulled off, put back on. So I'd say it could be that a U-joint is kind of seizing up. That would be a possibility.
That would be, I think we talked about that before. If you got a tight U-joint that's getting tighter and tighter.
Yeah,
that could,
Yeah, the bearing is going up. Say, the other night, I only drove it 7 miles, so it's only so much. But when I crawled under there and checked all the cups, they were all cold. So it's not at imminent failure point right now.
Yeah.
And say, once we pull that the drive shaft off to change that bearing out. Did you check the diff is tight? By that, do you mean the yoke on the diff,
Yeah,
Chris? I'm pretty sure it's tight. Ice formed inside the drive shaft. Don't think so, because it started doing it when it was above room temperature. I mean, above freezing. I agree, Phil. But a tire shaking at 25 will shake at 25 no matter what the throttle setting. It'll still shake pretty much the same way. The pinion. You mean the pinion gear inside the pumpkin? Is that what you're talking about, Chris?
Pinion shaft is what your yoke is hooked to.
The pinion shaft? Because we checked all that. Yeah, pinion bearing seems to be just fine. No slop detectable. There is no carrier bearing, so that's not an issue on this one. So I say I'm guessing it might be a tight U-joint. That would not surprise me. And that's a possibility too, Jeff. By putting in two different size U-joints, you make darn sure that the shaft never gets reversed.
No, them older Chevys had that, two different size U-joints. The front joint and the rear joint were different. Or the caps on one side were different than the other side.
The carrier of the diff itself.
Yeah, there's a carrier bushing in that diff. That pinion shaft runs in a bushing in there, a bearing.
Yeah, but you should be able to feel a little side play,
yeah,
right?
You should be able to float it if it's getting that.
Yeah.
Or if that crush sleeve in there is getting that sloppy, you should be able to feel that. And normally they'll rip the seal out and throw oil and grease all over it too.
Yeah, no, I understand, Prospector Phil. What I'm saying is a balance issue is speed dependent, not throttle dependent. Okay? The throttle dependent means it's in the drive line. Because if it was speed dependent only, it could be like a tire, as you say, or something like that. But the harmonic balancer is not transmitting power. It's basically doing essentially the same thing depending upon what speed the engine is at. And and motor mounts are good. But that's why I don't think it's the balancer, because again, at say 1800 RPM, third gear, it's shaking pretty good. Okay. But you take your foot off the throttle, still 1800 RPM, still third gear. Now it's not shaking hardly at all. Okay. I mean, it basically dies to indetectable levels. The bearing of the diff carrier is bolted to the ring gear.
So your two big bearings.
Maybe. Okay. Goldstream says if it's a diff, it will get noisy before it starts the vibration. No.
Yeah. Usually when you let off or something too, you can tell the difference.
The harmonic balancer is able to do exactly that. Okay. So the harmonic balancer, first of all, goes through a shift without changing. Okay. That's another thing. The engine speed is going to change when it goes from second to third. I don't detect much change in the vibration. There should be a substantial change in engine speed. And what I could do is hold it manually in second, take it above 2000, because above 2000, it dies off in third. Okay, so I could manually hold it in second, select second, take it up to 2500, which is no vibration in third gear. And if it's still vibrating, then it's got to be the drive shaft or the drive line, because the engine is now up in the I ain't going to vibrate range.
Right.
Okay, that's a good one. I can do that easily tomorrow. Pre-select.
Yeah, take notes.
Second gear. Check vibration. because then we've isolated everything in front of the transmission in terms of speeds versus everything behind the transmission.
Yeah.
That would work. I understand that the dynamic the balancer is there to act as an energy absorber. There's kind of like a flywheel because the pistons.
Yeah, but it does both. It'll under torque and relief.
Right.
That balancer does two things.
Yes.
Where a flywheel only does one.
Okay. What I'm saying is you're running at 2,000 RPM, absolutely steady, 2,000 RPM.
Mm-hmm.
Add load to the output of the engine. Keep it at 2,000. You got a governor, let's say.
Yeah.
Why should the harmonic balancer do anything different? Because exactly, it shouldn't. Now, it specifically shouldn't do something a whole lot different, I wouldn't think. Because the only difference is the amount of energy being applied to the top of the pistons, not the speed at which they're accelerating. You know? I say, the load, on the other hand, coming out the back end of that engine, varies enormously. That's why I think it's behind the engine somewhere, not on the very front of it.
Anyway.
Yeah, you are getting different power per stroke. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, I've had a balancer, actually, the nut came loose, okay, which made for some interesting noises. And they had to pull the crankshaft and replace it.
Well, yeah,
if that damaged the end of the crank.
It'll destroy that. It'll break the. I've seen it where it broke the crankshaft behind the first cylinder on a Chevy 350.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Lauren.
Number one cylinder.
Yeah, but that's the thing is I'm thinking let's say by just pre-selecting second. You remember the test drive we did, but if I pre-select second, take it up to that, the vibration is stopping range in terms of engine RPM and third, and it's still vibrating, then it's not engine. Ah, yes, David. Yes, not bad. Not as good as Chris's earlier ones. Yeah. So he's in the high sevens. I'll give you a low sevens on that one, but not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, just look at it.
Yeah, we can take a look at it. Sure.
Yeah, because if the rubber's coming out between the two pieces, replace it.
Absolutely. If it's bad, it's
go
bad.
Go out to the junkyard and get another one or get a new one.
Yeah, I say I'm suspicious it's a U-joint though.
Anyway, we're gonna give Eva her run at the game here.
Well, I wanted to give you guys more time to talk about men things. You know.
Well, men things means women.
No, men things means trucks with you, Bear.
Trucks and tools.
Howdy, howdy.
Grease.
So, how is everybody? Yeah, Argonaut. Personally, my opinion on the whole thing is when it comes to bugs, we should look at everything. But then again, I know nothing about cars, and I'm damn proud of that. Howdy, howdy, everybody. So, talk about interesting stuff this week. Before we get started on interesting stuff, we went to our local coin shop today, and I got myself a 40% Kennedy $50 and a couple of dimes because every dime counts in the stack. Well, I've also been collecting change from our cash purchases around town for a while in the bottom of my fanny pack. I keep this separate from my wallet. So today I decided to dump out the fanny pack and go through the change. And wouldn't you know it, I found 2 war nickels plus a 1941 nickel. So yeah, people, check your change. More and more reports of real money showing up in the wild are happening. And it happened to me today. I was happy. Hello, Lauren. Hi, Smokin'. Hi, Prospector. Hello, everybody. Yeah, Argonaut. I was like, yes. Ooh. I was so happy. Bear can tell you I'm sitting there. I got war nickels. I got war nickels. I was very happy with that. As to what's happening in the rest of the world, oh my word. Well, there's not much we can say about Lord Malarkey at this point. Apparently, some federal court somewhere told the administration again today that they have to leave Title 42 in place, and to manage our non-existent border. I am sure Lord Malarkey is going to utterly and completely ignore the situation. Meanwhile, Lady Heels Up this week once again absolutely embarrassed us with her space impacts us all moment. It was stunning and brave. I have no words. The 10th bus of border tourists from Texas landed in D.C. So far, Little Red Lying Hood is saying as little as possible about this publicity stunt. And today, Elon Musk did it again. As you all know, it is official. Elon has bought Twitter and is going to take it private. And oh, the meltdown in the Twitterverse has been hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I am loving it. I may actually reactivate my Twitter account just to deal with this because this is just so funny. I am very happy. Some of you may have noticed that real money is on sale today. Yes, indeedy. Today, gold apparently closed at about $18.97, and silver was at $23.67. And a lot of people are saying, "Oh my God, what the heck is going on here?" Well, guess what? It's the end of the month. And while a few people might have missed this fact, I'm sure all of you have noticed if you've been watching the shorts that are out there in various precious metals. None other than the Bank of America is staring at $800 million in short contracts in silver that they're going to be taking a bath on if the price doesn't go a little lower. And there's a whole lot of gold contracts in the same situation. And where did my interpreter go? All right, the goddess is displeased. The goddess is displeased. The goddess is totally and completely displeased here. This is not acceptable. The interpreter cannot take off. Exactly. The interpreter needs a noose around his neck. He needs to be hung in effigy here. Yeah, there are massive numbers of short contracts that a lot of people are going to be taking a bath on if the price of precious metals doesn't come down. In the middle of all this, our dearly beloved friends over at LME have decided they're going to stop taking contracts in gold and silver, and the excuse they're using is the disappointingly low levels of activity they had. So they're getting out of that business. Well, they're messing around with their other stuff still and forever because apparently platinum and palladium and a few other things took a dive today, which is not entirely unexpected, but it is rather displeasing. Palladium finally ended the day up $43, which is pretty darn good. Platinum ended the day up $2, which is pretty darn good. Rhodium stayed level. Good for rhodium. So we may have noticed some interesting things in the news lately. Apparently, there are now 18 documented cases of warehouse fires in the food supply chain in the United States in the last couple of months alone, including a couple of cases where, for some unaccountable reason, airplanes crashed into food processing facilities. That's a little bit unusual. Now, the goddess is going to opine here. According to the industry, every year in the United States alone, there are 1,200 incidents wherein the fire department is called to a warehouse or food manufacturing facility. 1,200 a year that we never hear about at all. Now, I was taking a deeper dive into these statistics, and a lot of these things are cases where fire alarms go off because of something that doesn't actually turn into a fire, or fire alarms go off because there's been a fire in a trash can, etc. The number of cases where multiple alarm fires engulf facilities is relatively low. The number of cases where airplanes crash into facilities is relatively low. Go figure. I mean, just one of those strange coincidental things that's going on these days. The jury is still out on this one because the tinfoil hat world has decided the odds are very high that Soros, Gates, and company are engineering a food shortage, which, by the way, the WEF entirely approves of a food shortage, which is no surprise. And it should also be noted that in the past week, there's been an interesting uptick in the mainstream media discussing the wonders of eating bugs and laboratory cultured milk. And it should also be noted that in the last week, the North Irish government, the government of Northern Ireland, announced that they're going to be decreasing the livestock by like 1 million head over the next couple of years so that they can get to net zero agriculture by 2050. So, yeah. The goddess is not amused, okay, people? Because I'm sorry, I fully intend to try cricket flour. I hear cricket flour makes really good artisan bread. But no, I am not going to eat laboratory engineered cheese. And no, I'm not going to eat impossible meat of any kind, in any shape or form whatsoever, under any circumstances. End of story, period. The goddess does not do frankenmeat. Okay. If Bill Gates can sit there with a straight face while eating a real cheeseburger and say that everybody else should be eating frankenmeat, that is enough proof for me that I'm not going to be eating frankenmeat. Ain't happening. Not going to happen at all. In the inflation front, most of the European countries are now reporting double-digit inflation, which means that their reporting numbers are slightly more accurate than ours. And ours are only going to be getting worse because the numbers for the PPI and the PCE and the other indices that the media never talks about at all are getting worse. So one has to wonder, with Shanghai in lockdown and the number of container ships surpassing 400 now that are waiting to get in and waiting to get out, with Sri Lanka in financial meltdown, with the Philippines becoming financially unstable, with several Middle Eastern countries becoming severely financially unstable, one has to wonder why mining stocks and metals, the only real money in the world, are going down at the same time. All of the consensus of opinion in the financial world is still showing that we are on track for $30 or higher on silver by the end of the year and 2,000 or higher on gold by the end of the year. This comes back to that whole paper problem that we're dealing with. Oh, and in a little side note here, I am so happy. The Bank of America sent us a check. Well, technically, The law firm that won the class action lawsuit against the Bank of America for their ridiculous accounting methods and their overdraft extortion sent us a check. A couple of years ago, when this class action suit started, I was really annoyed at the Bank of America. Not marginally annoyed, but really annoyed. So I actually joined it, even though I am the least litigious person on the planet. Okay. So we got a check for $45.85. Woohoo! It's a drop in the bucket of the 400 and some odd dollars they stole from us, but it's a start. It is just very, very cool to see their stock falling. It's very cool to see Disney's stock falling. It was even cooler to see Disney lose their special preferential tax status in the state of Florida and to watch everybody on the left who about 10 years ago were all complaining about that special tax status in Florida, and bipartisan at the time the state government was talking about removing it, are now defending it to the skies. Fascinating. It never fails to amaze me just how much entertainment value there is in hiding in the same part of the world and watching all the crazy people, because they're all nuts. So let's see what's going on in the mining world this week. Quite a lot, actually. Down in Peru, they're having a whole lot of problems right now because the Peruvian government has shut down quite a lot of copper mining. And they're some of the largest copper producers in the world. But because of labor disputes and ongoing problems with the communities the mines are located with, a lot of mines are being shut down temporarily. And Mexico, our southern neighbor, decided they were going to nationalize lithium mining. Mind you, Mexico is the largest producer in the world of silver. They produce some of the finest silver in the world. One has to wonder, if they're willing to nationalize lithium and basically steal people's property, are they going to get around to nationalizing silver at some point? Anyway, copper crashes through $10,000 as hedge funds turn most bearish in 2 years. The copper price fell on Monday to the lowest in 3 months, with mounting concern about the outlook for demand due to both spreading lockdowns in China and the continuing war in Ukraine. Protests at the two big copper mines in Peru knocked out of a fifth of the country's production capacity last week before the government imposed a state of emergency to regain control of the Cuajone mine. However, the market focus is rapidly turning to the demand side of the copper equation, particularly in China, where lockdowns are already breaking growth sharply in the world's largest metal user. Copper delivery for July fell 3.7% from Friday's settlement price, touching $4.43 per pound, $9,766 per ton, midday Monday on the COMEX market in New York, wiping out most of the metal's gains for the year. Fund managers have been increasing bearish bets on the CME copper contract over the last couple of weeks, Reuters columnist Andy Hone reported. Outright short positions stood at 45,012 contracts as of the close of business last Tuesday, April 19th, according to the latest commitments of traders' reports. They crept past the 2021 peak of 44,978 contracts last week, and bear positioning is now as large as it's been since May 2020. There are still sufficiently significant long positions to keep the collective net speculative exposure marginally net long to the tune of 25,393. But bears have been conspicuous by their absence for many months in the copper market, and their cautious reappearance is telling. President Xi Jinping reaffirmed the goal of minimizing deaths from the virus in a speech last week, while emphasizing the need to expand cooperation to ensure the economy's recovery. China's zero-tolerance approach to COVID-19 has seen banks, including UBS Group AG and Nomura Holdings, slash their growth forecast for the country as lockdowns weigh on economic activity. Well, derp. No shit, Sherlock. If you imprison millions of people in their homes while also killing their pets and depriving them of decent food, etc., and sending drones around with really, really rude messages, yeah, I would think your productivity is going to be a little bit impacted here. And by the way, the Japanese yen is having some problems too. There's the ripples, the economic ripples and second order effects that are going to come out of what's going on in Shanghai that the media is absolutely not talking about are going to be pretty damned horrific at this point, because we now have a beyond crisis level fertilizer shortage. We have a beyond crisis level seed shortage. We have railroad companies that are not transporting fertilizer where it needs to go. And guess what, folks? We are in spring planting season. We have China effectively closed for business. And because we have spent decades offshoring everything that we could possibly offshore to the rest of the world, that could pretty well screw us. It's going to be a very difficult couple of years. Something the British people are already discovering because they're facing shortages now. Speaking of shortages, if anybody happens to like palm oil, though I don't know why you would like palm oil, it's absolutely horrible stuff. If anybody happens to like palm oil, that's on the shortage list now too. Congratulations. That's going to drive up the cost, by the way, of a lot of convenience foods, for protein bars and snack foods, because palm oil is one of the most common additives that you find in those nice little meal replacement Nutribar protein type things. Okay. Palm oil is an extremely inexpensive oil that is used in a whole lot of convenience foods. So you can expect the prices to go up on those, along with eggs. I mean, eggs are just about dead right now anyway. It's horrible what has gone on in eggs. Iron ore price plunges nearly 90% on demand woes. And this is the thing. We currently have the Russian situation. Bear in mind that Russia produces a whole lot of the world's aluminum, nickel, palladium, silver, gold. And the world has decided to stop doing business with them. I'm not even going to look at the faulty logic behind this, because it's interesting to see the sanctions and what the sanctions are applied to. And quite frankly, most of the sanctions when it comes to the metals market were self-imposed by outside companies. Governments were not saying we're not going to buy Russian metals. Companies and places like COMEX and LME were saying we're not going to buy Russian metals. But when you look at what the governments have been doing, the British were very proud to announce that they were no longer going to allow sales of Russian vodka and Russian caviar and Russian silver. Of those three products, the only one that is actually worth worrying about in terms of the amount that the Europeans buy and England buys is the silver. Canada, the same way. Oh, we're not going to import Russian vodka anymore. So you're going to put a sanction on something that represents about 1% of the crap that you actually buy from a country. Most of these sanctions are simply window dressing, okay? They are governments' ways of looking like they're doing something and standing in solidarity against Mad Vlad, the Russian bear, without hurting their economies. It should be noted that in the middle of this, Europe quietly decided that they were going to start buying Russian oil in Russian rubles, which is exactly what Mad Vlad had proposed some months ago, and everybody said, oh no, we're not going to do that. Now they're going to do it, and they're acting like it's their idea. Coincidentally, the the very same time, just about, a major pipeline between Russia and Europe happened to catch fire. But, these coincidences happen all the time. Russia's war is turbocharging the world's addiction to coal. Coal! Ha! Coal is back. What do you know? In Germany and Italy, coal-fired power plants that were once decommissioned are now being considered for a second life. In South Africa, more coal-laden ships are embarking on what's typically a quiet route around the Cape of Good Hope towards Europe. Coal burning in the U.S. is in the midst of the biggest revival in a decade, while China is reopening shuttered mines and planning new ones. The world's addiction to coal, a fuel many thought would soon be on the way out, is now stronger than ever. Demand has been on the rise since last year amid a natural gas shortage and as electricity use surged after pandemic restrictions were rolled back. But Russia's invasion of Ukraine turbocharged the coal market, setting off a domino effect that's leaving power producers scrambling for supply and pushing prices to record levels. The boom in the world's dirtiest fossil fuel has huge implications for the global economy. The higher prices will continue to feed into rising inflation. Oh, well, yeah, that tends to happen. But even with the recent surge, analysts say coal is still one of the relatively cheapest fuels. That's making it more critical for power supplies at a time when coal burning also remains the biggest single obstacle in the battle against climate change. Meanwhile, miners are struggling to dig up any additional tons as utilities around the world keep demanding more, setting the stage for the next phase of the global energy crisis. So let's see, we've got a chemical feedstock crisis. We got a fertilizer crisis. We've got a seed crisis. We've got an energy crisis. And we have money printing to infinity and beyond. Oh yeah, this is just going to be a beautiful couple of years here. When you're trying to balance decarbonization and energy security, everyone knows which one wins. Keeping the lights on. Well, yeah, that's logical, said Steve Holton, Senior Vice President for Coal Markets at market research company Rystad Energy in Sydney. That's what keeps people in power and stops people from rioting in the streets. In 2021, the world generated more electricity from coal than ever before, with an increase of 9% from the previous year, according to the International Energy Agency. For 2022, total coal consumption, generating power, making steel, and other industrial uses, is expected to rise by almost 2% to a record of just above 8 billion metric tons and remain there through at least 2024. All evidence indicates a widening gap between political ambitions and targets on one side and the realities of the current energy system on the other, the IEA said. Wow. Magical thinking meets reality. Who's going to win here? I don't know. That's a tough call. Estimating that carbon dioxide emissions from coal in 2024 will be at least 3 billion tons higher than in a scenario reaching net zero by 2050. Coal's story is inextricably linked with natural gas, often promoted as the cleaner burning alternative. As the world began to emerge from the pandemic in mid-2021, power demand surged as stores and factories reopened, but Europe, which had been leading the global charge away from coal, faced an unprecedented crunch for electricity and a shortage of natural gas. Poor planning produces piss-poor performance, okay? At the same time, renewable power was tight in the region and in some other parts of the world. The confluence of events sparked blackouts in some regions and sent gas prices to extremes around the world, ushering in an energy crisis. Suddenly, coal was back in vogue as a less expensive alternative. Thermal coal, the type burned by power plants, is one of the cheapest fuel sources on the planet, with costs of about $15 per million British thermal units, according to a report dated April 1st from the Bank of America. Dang, they're into a lot of stuff. That compares with about $25 for crude oil and the global price of $35 for natural gas. The European Union, which has some of the world's most ambitious climate targets, saw its coal use jump 12% last year, the first increase since 2017. Albeit, that increase was from low 2020 levels. Coal consumption climbed 17% in the U.S. and also rose in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. India and China, which dominate global markets, were also big drivers for increasing world demand. Just a few months ago, negotiators arrived in Glasgow for the COP26 climate conference, optimistic they could consign coal to history. Instead, the climate talks ended in November with a watering down of the language on the use of coal. China, the US, and India are the three biggest polluters. Well, actually, India and China outpollute us about 12 to 1, but we're not going to cut, we're not going to split hairs here. And all three have now pledged to zero out their emissions in the decades ahead. Yeah. Yet India and China pursued last-ditch interventions to soften language on coal usage, and the U.S. played a role in accepting that weaker position, calling into question the nation's short-term commitment to curb coal. And that was all before the recent further revival for the market. The IEA issued its annual demand outlook back in December. The agency now plans to issue a mid-year revision in July, its first time ever to do so, to analyze the impact of war. Likelihood demand will be higher than the December forecast as Russia's invasion of Ukraine sets off a chain reaction in the global energy markets that further thrusts coal into the spotlight. Europe is desperate for a way to reduce its reliance on Russia, a key supplier of fossil fuels. The EU is moving to ban Russian coal while also cranking up its overall use of the fuel as it seeks to simultaneously decrease its use of Russian natural gas. Europe's move is centered on the notion it will be able to pay more for non-Russian coal supplies than other buyers, a gamble that's driving up global markets and could price out developing countries that may face shortages. To help secure energy next winter, the German government is now considering working with utilities like RWEAG to reactivate decommissioned coal-fired power plants and delay decommissioning of active facilities. In Denmark, Ørsted AS is shoring up coal supplies to use instead of biomass because supplies of the carbon-neutral wood pellets have been disrupted by the war. And Britain is exploring options to bolster energy security, including keeping open Drax Group PLC coal units. It's the last hurrah for coal in Europe, said Emma Champion, head of regional energy transitions at Bloomberg NEF. Even before Europe's risky move, coal supplies were already precarious. A power plant in Germany had to shut down last year when it ran out of coal. Shortages also led to power outages in India and China, which together account for about 2/3 of global coal consumption. 2/3. So, yeah, not only are we third on the list of the world's biggest polluters, by the way, we are a very distant third on the list. Can we say panda? Yeah. Prices are hitting stratospheric levels. Futures prices for the Australian benchmark, which barely breaks $100 a metric ton, spiked to $280 in October as utilities scoured the planet for fuel. It fell back slightly as relatively mild winter temperatures in the northern hemisphere eased some demand for power. But when Russia invaded Ukraine, supply concerns drove prices all the way to $440, an all-time high. Europe's market followed the same pattern, and even in the U.S., which is driven by more domestic demand, prices reached a 13-year high this month. The coal supply chain just wasn't ready for that kind of shock, said Jinsho Zhu, managing director for global power and renewables at S&P Global. As coal grows in importance, supplies are unlikely to follow suit. Miners are still concerned about long-term demand prospects, especially as the United Nations reiterates its view that the world needs to phase out the fuel. The report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, released this month, showed that coal burning needs to hit zero by 2050 to reach the goal of limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. So add to the list of you will own nothing, be happy, eat bugs, and drink laboratory created milk. You will be doing this in the dark while cold. To say in the long run there's no demand for your product, but in the short run, can you please ramp it up? That's a lot to ask a supply chain, said Ethan Zindler, head of American research at Bloomberg NEF. Adding to the chaos, policymakers and companies in Japan and South Korea are also making moves to curb Russian coal imports. That will leave even more of the world looking for alternatives to the 187 million tons Russia exported to power plants last year, which equals about 18% of the world's thermal coal trade. It won't be easy to replace. Well, derp. Global production still hasn't rebounded to pre-pandemic levels. Miners have been hobbled by weather problems, labor shortages, and transportation issues, as well as a lack of investment in new capacity. Indonesia, the top shipper for coal for power stations, halted exports of coal early this year to secure domestic supplies. Producers in Australia, another key exporter, have flagged that they have limited ability to raise sales. State-owned Coal India Limited, the world's biggest miner, is limiting deliveries to industrial users to prioritize power plants in a bid to avert blackouts for millions of households. Exports from South Africa's Richards Bay coal terminal fell to 58.7 million tons in 2021, the lowest in 25 years. The global seaborne coal market remains very tight this year, said Shirley Zhang, an analyst at Wood Mackenzie Limited. So finding alternative supply would be extremely challenging regardless of high prices. As global coal supplies tighten and prices rise, emerging market nations may no longer be able to afford to procure the fuel to keep their economies running. Cash-strapped countries in South Asia, like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, are particularly exposed to price shocks and already grappling with energy shortages. To be sure, if coal's price surge continues, that could, in the longer term, further encourage countries to wean themselves off the fuel and replace it with more renewables. Oh dear. And the larger geopolitical tensions brought on by Russia's war are bolstering the argument that adding more electric vehicles to roads and installing additional wind turbines and solar panels can boost energy independence. China's also in the midst of a fossil fuel production boom. Growing coal output has been an obsession of Beijing since a shortage of the fuel caused last year's widespread power outages. The nation mines half the world's coal, and output has been rising just as a recent new spat of pandemic lockdowns slowed economic activity and curbed power demand. But it's unclear whether production surges are sustainable, with the top industry official saying the push has reached its limits. For now, the most immediate dynamic is a global fight over available coal supplies to avoid power shortages. I don't know if I even have an extra 200 tons, said Ernie Thrasher, Chief Executive Officer of Coal Energy and Resources, the world's top U.S. exporter. There physically isn't the production capacity. Now, one of the things that a lot of people do not take into account in mining, even at our little artisanal level here, is the impact of energy costs. Energy costs, whether it's coal for a power plant to charge all those electric vehicles, or diesel or DEF for trucks, etc., are a primary driver of price increases and inflation across the board in terms of price inflation. The base inflation that we're dealing with is caused by our government's ridiculous fiscal policies, and that is something we all know. But what we're going to see impacting not just our industry, but our way of life as a whole, is going to be the fuel problem. The fact that these people are still pushing the idea of building more wind turbines and more solar panels is a little bit ridiculous at this point, for quite a few reasons. First of all, a whole hell of a lot of the rare earths to build those things are in China, which happens to be closed for business right now, and in Russia, which happens to be closed for business right now, and in Africa, controlled by China and also controlled by warlords and slave labor and convict labor, and in Mexico, which is now nationalizing things randomly because reasons, Beyond the rare earth issues behind this very, very much non-green form of power, is the other materials needed to produce them. The fact that things like wind turbines are not recyclable, which is kind of funny. It really, I find it rather hilarious that you can't recycle a dead wind turbine. Okay. We are facing a serious energy crunch. In the long run, this is going to be part of the wall that we are looking at in terms of precious metal prices and regular metal prices, critical metals for everyday life: copper, nickel, aluminum, steel, iron. Because if your energy prices are rising 30%, but your product's value is not rising an equal amount, then you're going to be seeing a lot of little guys and mid-cap miners that are going to be facing a serious squeeze, because ore is mineralized rock that can be mined at a profit, which means if your profit disappears in fuel costs and increased parts cost when you can get parts at all, and increased tire costs when you can get tires at all, and increased labor costs when you can find people who want to work in a mine, then at some point, the ore that you could make a profit on is going to become very pretty mineralized rock for a while, unless the price goes up. This is why it is inevitable that this paper market and the manipulation and active suppression of metals prices in general is going to have to break at some point. Because if it doesn't, we're not going to have the supplies to build any of this crap to begin with. A solar panel is full of a whole lot of silver. Your average 2-bedroom home is filled with about 400 pounds of copper. Nickel, a common U.S. nickel, that wonderful little piece of coinage that the Federal Reserve is now telling us, and the Treasury is telling us we have to start spending rather than hoarding, is now worth about 8.5 to 9 cents if you melted it down, which of course you will not, because that's illegal. But the thing is, it is interesting to note that these people apparently are so separated from reality that they can sit there, including Lord Malarkey, who is now saying that he's going to turn all of our American military vehicles into electric tanks. Fascinating. To sit there and say, okay, we're going to use a whole bunch of rare materials and rare earths that are mined in horrifically environmentally horrible conditions and labor horrible conditions in various countries where they don't have decent regulations, so that we can build a whole bunch of this stuff that can't be recycled when it breaks, that doesn't provide reliable power 24/7 everywhere, that is a storage nightmare for the energy it does provide, so that we can stop using fossil fuels. And nowhere in this conversation are we hearing the magic N word, nuclear. So you got to wonder why it is that all the people who claim to be green are promoting so many non-green ideas. All the people that are claiming to be ethical are promoting so much unethical and immoral and environmentally disastrous mining practices that you see in countries like China and certain African countries, etc. You have to wonder why this is the case with all of these people. Look at what they're not talking about, because what they're not talking about is usually the best freaking idea. I mean, that's what's going on here. Our entire government system, and that includes those yo-yos of the WEF and the terrorists over at the United Nations, have all turned into modern Pravda. Whatever they're saying is probably going to be the very worst idea. And it's probably exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. Bye.
Probably.
Oh. And note, Bang has a flavor called Delish Strawberry Kiss. This stuff is really good. It tastes like pink nerds.
Pink nerds. Yeah, that didn't sound good.
Nerds are the most
That would be nerds on spring break.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nerds are a great candy.
Oh, a candy. Okay.
Well, yeah. Just because you're a cannibal.
You're welcome, Argonaut. You're shocked, huh? I don't believe you. I think it's rather amusing that anyone could even speak the phrase, we're going to make our military vehicles more eco-friendly while we blow up the world.
Yeah.
Doesn't
like it matters, right?
Oh, man. The military's job is what? According to Rush Limbaugh, what's the job of the military?
To protect our border. I
To
think.
kill people and break things.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, blow shit up.
Yeah. Glenn, we should have somebody here from Canada. Where?
Goldstream should be on there somewhere.
Goldstream was
He
earlier.
was earlier anyway. He might be back on here shortly. You never know.
Anyone from Canuckistan on that can say something about Glenn's statement here? Was reading about buying a claim in Canada, said I must be a Canadian in order to get a free miner certificate? Question mark.
Can't answer that, Glenn. I'm not sure. I know you can get a mine in Canada, but now whether that means you got to pay a different rate or something, I don't know.
You may have to have a Canadian own the claim while you lease it or something.
No, because like I think even Rick there out of Michigan was buying that land up in the Yukon from the owner, the claim owner.
You might want to go to Dan Hurd's website and see if he can get Dan to answer a couple of questions.
Yeah, from British Columbia.
Yeah, Dan would know. You got that right, old dirty goat. Absolutely, you're late to the party.
Hey,
the naked dancing girls were hours ago. The Russian vodka has run out.
No caviar either.
Yeah, we're out of caviar.
You are so late. You wouldn't believe it. If watch the replay and you will find out just how late you were. Ooh, that's funny. Blind dude.
Yeah. Kinda.
Well, okay, there's a question there for you, Jim. Not sure about buying a claim in the United States. So if a foreigner bought a perfectly legal claim.
You could buy a patent like private land, but you can't like how we've claimed forests or the government, you've got to be a citizen of the United States.
So you would have to lease it.
Yep, you could lease it and mine it.
Okay.
At the moment, you have to be a citizen. How many other things are going on that that rule is not being enforced?
Well, for one, the original uranium down in Wyoming was sold to the Russians at a certain point by a certain president. That was totally illegal.
Would that be the president that recently was lording it over his return to the albino McMansion?
Just.
Oh. Yeah. We don't need no stinking documents. I don't know.
Yeah, evidently not.
I'm really not sure, Glenn. I do not know. I'm sure you could call someone. Yeah, I mean the Canadian Bureau of Mines or something
Minerals,
like that.
yeah, there's a mineral commission up there in Canada.
Yeah, but
they could answer probably any question you had.
Yeah, Goldstream probably could too, but he doesn't
Yeah.
appear to be on right now. Special illegal immigrant mining permits. That wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah.
I would not be shocked. It's gotten to pretty ludicrous levels. Absolutely.
I believe, Glenn, that one thing I do know is if you're mining in Canada, if it's gold, it has to be sold in Canada so that you pay the tax. You can't come back to the States. Versus if we've got a Canadian company like down here mining, they can take their gold and go back to Canada with it. And here in the United States, or at least like in Montana and Idaho and that, it's not taxed. So it's kind of like a one-way street there, which I don't understand, because we do have, guys that mine up in Canada, but they do have to sell their gold up there or account for it. Well, Canadian is mainly a mineral environment and, economy anyway, but yeah, true, Glenn. Yeah, I don't know what Australia's rules are on that. I don't know that you, as a foreigner, I don't think you can have a claim in Australia either, as far as a mineral claim. Huh. Is that what it is, Terry? Every province has got different rules for minerals?
Wow, that's a good alliteration, Roberts. Well, that's assuming it wasn't government land or that the government would sell it to you. In the United States, good luck getting the government to sell you anything.
Yeah, they pretty much put a moratorium on selling any BLM or anything, but over the years they have. The Japanese bought a lot of BLM down in Wyoming and Colorado. And
sometimes you can do land swap things where you buy private land they want.
Yeah, well, that's true. They did that up until recently. Now they've had some kind of moratoriums on some of that.
Hey, Pat, how's it going? It's just weird. Oh, yes, Goldstream. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, we're looking for you. Hey, Glenn has a question about acquiring gold claims or mineral rights, rather, in Canada when you are not a Canadian citizen. So the question is, if a Canadian citizen has a mining claim and wants to sell those mineral rights to Glenn, what can be done legally? Okay, Glenn, where in Canada is the question? Glenn is still on here, or at least he was seconds ago.
Okay, so you just confirmed what one of the other guys said a few minutes ago.
British Columbia. I think you know about that, Goldstream.
Yeah.
I think you're familiar with those laws. Oh, my back. I'm so old. Yeah, Goldstream. British Columbia is the province involved. So if you have somebody who owns a claim in British Columbia and an American citizen wishes to purchase the claim and or the mineral rights, what can be done? I know that's a lot for a comment stream, but
yeah,
that's all the bandwidth we have.
Well, anybody we can help here, well, that's the plan. But
well, on state land, they have their own laws. In Arizona, which I'm familiar with, you had to lease exploration rights and then lease the land if you wish to mine on it and stuff.
Montana state land's the same way.
Mm-hmm.
You still go through the Department of Environmental for your activities, but I do believe gold mines on state land here, there's also like a 2% royalty or something that they demand, which is, whatever, yeah, it's reasonable, but you can mine state land in Montana.
Pay him in beer, eh?
Yeah.
This is British Columbia, Goldstream. Anyone can stake a claim in the Yukon. Well, that's nice. The Yukon sounds, I hate to say this, colder than Montana.
A long ways away.
Jeez.
Actually, them guys are probably getting nicer weather up there than we are here. I don't know.
It's pretty nice right now. 2 pocket bookkeeping, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes a little investment here can save you a lot over there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I know in Mexico you can't own more than 50%
in the mine.
Right. But you can own 50%. It's also usually a good idea to have a partial owner that is somebody like, the governor.
Yeah.
I didn't get your messages. No. Are you on?
Uh-oh.
How did it get top chat? Live chat. Okay, I was supposed to be on live chat. Try it now, Goldstream.
Huh.
I was supposed to. I think I was on live chat. I think that'll scroll up out of the way. But yeah, we're not getting some of your messages apparently, Goldstream.
Maybe. We don't know.
Yeah, check to see.
Yeah, we got that one. Different in the
That
provinces
part. In British Columbia, what is it?
Yukon.
Anyone can stake claim. Okay.
Huh.
Yes. Live chat shows all messages. Top chat only shows some, and I'm not sure what the filter is. I presume that's for people who have a lot more people on than we do.
That could very well be. I don't know. Kind of highlight some of them.
Well, the other thing is that they have that, what do they call, super chats, where you actually pay money.
Right.
And that they missed filtering you. Well, some filters just aren't very efficient. That's a good question. What would the price be? Can you pick your settlement date?
Jeff, I would imagine that would be a contractual thing, that with the state, you'd make a contract, and it could be the gold or silver, but it also could be, a stated value.
Well, Goldstream, can a foreigner get a free miner certificate? BCEID. And what is a BCEID? Environmental impact
ID,
I don't know.
environmental ID or something. Yeah,
I don't
know. I guess he'll explain that maybe.
Now, Yukon's been separate for a while. Then they got something called the Northwest Territories, too. Depends on your check. Okay, so basically it's just an identification number, huh?
Yeah. All right. Good, Glenn. I'm glad you're getting some answers to your question.
Thank you very much, Goldstream. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else have any good questions tonight on mining or mining issues? Or
how do you get a cute chick to shovel stuff into your hopper?
Marry her?
Yep.
Marry her and imply that she's fat.
Where do you get that? Oh. Oh, she handles all the YouTube stuff. Well, I mean, I spend some of the money, but only under her close supervision.
Yeah, Bryce, you got that one too, right?
I have no idea who Big Al is. By the way, my physical endurance is not what it was last fall, I'll tell you that.
Winter sucks. You know, after you get out there for a week or two, though, you start to kind of come back around.
I think when I was 45,
I've been walking.
I've
been walking a lot lately just because I need it. I got to get rid of the 10 pounds or so that I put on.
Yeah, 2 hours of picking and shoveling, and I'm frazzled. You know.
Well,
I think I got to take some breaks and eat some food.
Well, yeah, you got to do that. You got to have energy.
Yeah, but 2 hours shouldn't be that long.
No, but as you pace into it, you'll.
Mine doesn't. Yeah, she was working out, but yeah. Well, all I can say is luck has a lot to do with it, Jeff. That sounds about right, Goldstream. In NS?
Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Terry's out in Nova Scotia. That's the same here, Terry. You can go panning as long as you're not claim jumping. It's just if you're going to step up to, actually claiming minerals.
No, Chris, it's because I just don't have the balls anymore. Ha, ha, ha. I got you. You missed that one. Yeah, if you had another thing you can do in the United States, I presume you could in Canada too, is you set up a partnership or a corporation
within
some kind of company where the person maintains ownership of the claim, and then the partnership or the corporation leases the claim from him for some nominal fee, and then you have the appropriate amount of control in the corporation or the partnership. If you're providing all the money, I suggest control.
Right.
Never provide all the resources when you don't get control. You need some, okay. Let's see. Balls Guarana. Man. Highly
Use a
caffeinated
fuel.
premium soda, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, Chris.
Yeah. Shake all day.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think you can stake a claim in the USA, but it's like what you could do is lease a claim for some nominal fee or whatever, something like that. Ooh, there you go, Chris. Now you're getting better. That can happen, Kodak. That's why you don't want to supply the money if you don't get control.
Yeah.
That's one of the big problems. I saw mine where the guy gave 50% of the mine to somebody, supposedly, in exchange for financing to do stuff. Then the guy just waited for the other guy to die and took it
Phil's
over.
got a question there. Tool steel hammers.
Probably depends on the thickness of the tool steel and the size of the rock that it's hitting. If Lauren's still here, he probably has a better sense of that than I do because he's a welder and stuff. I think if they were big enough hammers and small enough rock, you wouldn't have to worry about it at all.
Yeah, it would depend a lot on the rock as to how they'd hold up too.
If you got like 1 inch by 1 inch steel hammers and you're dropping 3-inch rock into it, yeah, I think you might have a problem. That might work. Goldstream, have a lawyer hold the claim. Yeah, I think AR would be better than tool steel.
Yeah, I think that's where I'd go to, Phil, is AR plate.
Yeah. You also can use hard facing if your mill design focuses the wear in certain areas, then often hard facing is a very effective way of dealing with that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it can be added easy enough.
Yeah, and you just touch it up as it wears.
Yep.
In my case, the wear plates will last probably about 4 to 8 hours between re-hard facing and about 3 hard facings before you wear through the plate, and that's mild steel. That's not even AR or T1 or anything like that. Now, Lauren, again, he's an experienced welder, says best to go to AR. Okay. Tricky Dicky likes manganese work hardening steel.
Yeah.
Well, what size are the tool steel blanks? Yeah, I don't know, Goldstream. I didn't. It was over twice what the
it's
mild
about,
steel was.
Yeah, it's double what mild is. But
the T1 was running
has gone up a whole lot.
About 30% more than the mild steel in terms of plate. Well, of course. That's the way things go, John. I don't think so, Argonaut. I presume you're talking in the United States. It's not so much the type of companies as the type of contracts and agreements that you sign. The advantage of a corporation, if you're actually going to do much in the way of mining, a corporation is probably better because it limits your liability.
Yeah.
And with all the environmental regulations and this, that, and the other, it's best to have that liability limitation there. But from there, it's mainly in the contract and how you structure the agreement that matters more than what type of company.
Right. I've went into leasing a little bit and things like that, but I guess that's a topic, Argonaut, I could kind of think about and maybe bring that into one of these shows one night.
Well, you know what we should do is
Keith
make
and
a video.
We could do that too.
Just make a focused video on that, 15 to 30 minutes, somewhere in there, and put it all in there. The nice thing about that is
we can get it
people
all
can
laid
rewind
out.
it.
Right. Yeah, you can get it all laid out too and understandable.
Yeah. So yeah, that would be a good video to work on. You've got time now. You could maybe do that.
I got time. Yeah, I'm constantly going one.
And then I don't
right now. Well, and then I got about a million things in my head going on, so I'm up till midnight, and then I'm up at 4 o'clock or 4:30 in the morning.
And you can't get anything done because it's dark and nobody's open.
My girlfriend leaves really early in the morning, and my mind won't quit. It's like, oh man, I got to put that list, and I need that, and I got to do that. Oh wow,
I'm usually pretty good at focusing on just a portion of the problem.
That's how I do it, but I'm constantly writing lists to make sure that I can go back and add things to it or find that list when I need to take a little run to the supply stores.
No,
yeah,
John,
Terry,
just videos.
I know. I've been kind of working on it in a way. I mean, that's part of my pile too, is trying to figure out how do you put a lot of this into a book that's going to be very informative, as much as fun to read.
It doesn't have to be fun to read, although that would be nice, but it has to be engaging.
Right, exactly.
I'm not familiar with how much van der Waals forces there are in the steel and how much effect they have on it, intermolecular forces. But
that I can't answer you. That's out of my pay grade.
I don't know if it's mainly covalent bonding or what's going on inside the steel itself. Chris might.
Yeah, he's a little more into that complex stuff.
Those kind of details. We're the kind of people, we just care how it works, in terms of the functionality of it. See, even Chris is like, as I think I recall there, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, it's let's make it out of graphene. Graphene makes everything better.
Yeah.
Uh-huh, Terry. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That'll keep his mind even busier. That's not.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, Goldstream.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
If I get to that point, there'll be a few people I do want to go through it and critique it. But you might be one of them.
Hi, Easy. Is this Laura or Ezekiel? Depends on the wife. It might not be a problem. It might be a serious problem. In my case, she's quite a help at times.
Yeah.
She's always a good safety person and stuff like that. And it's always more fun when you're not alone.
Yeah, definitely.
She's trying to increase her physical capacity. Hey, Ezekiel. Oh, you're both there. Okay. Laura held down the fort really well while you were gone last week, Ezekiel. Yeah, more like a rock digger. She likes crystals, So let's say she's trying to toughen up a little bit.
yeah, Lars.
Yeah. No, good. That comes in handy. That was some pretty ore. Those were some nice pictures. Another thing Eva has found is that the handles on the bucket are kind of hard on her hands.
Yeah.
So I got some of that foam insulation that goes around pipes.
Yeah, pipe insulation.
And we're going to see how well that works.
And Harbor Freight has them clip on their bigger handles. They clip right onto the existing bucket handle.
Okay, Harbor Freight.
Yeah, and they're cheap. They're like $1.50 a piece, but they're bigger. Yeah. So and they actually roll a little better in your hand.
Well, that would work fine for like at the mill where you're filling some buckets and then dumping them over. But for out at the mine,
them bigger handles, I kind of liked them.
Yeah,
I put them on a few buckets that I had there one time just to try it.
Yeah, the thing is that for mining, we're probably going to need somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 to 150 buckets.
Yeah,
that's a lot of extra things.
They're not getting any cheaper either. I just went and bought some buckets, and I was like, "Damn!"
Where'd you get them?
Over at Home Depot.
They're what, about $5 now?
Yeah, about that. I think five.
Well,
10.
I'm working on an angle.
Don't look at Power Townsend.
What are they?
$6.99.
Yeah, I know. It's just.
I'm working on an angle for the 5-gallon buckets. If it works out, I'll let you know.
I used to have a deal with a guy who had a bakery, and I'd get all his buckets, the little ones and his big ones and his square ones, and I'd pay him $1 a piece with the lids, and I had hundreds of them. Which you go, in this deal, you go through 100 buckets. It's almost mandatory.
Yeah, we'll see, Chris. They don't bother my hands, and we'll see how well. Yeah, and Robert, you're absolutely correct. But Eva's hands are so small that it's really hard. You've got one pair of gloves you found that actually fits you properly?
Exactly.
Yeah. So that creates a problem.
Gloves in extra small are often too floppy on me, but child's gloves in large are too tight.
So it's a little tricky for her. So we're going to do a little experimenting. And
ever try some of them mechanic gloves too? They tend to fit better.
Yeah. So my thought is, if you had that foam insulation and open it up and put dirt on the glue, so it won't seal, and then you can just kind of clip it on there, move it, and take it off. That might work. We'll play some games. That's part of all this is learning all the little tricks that make
your life easier.
Yeah, that's a possibility too, Chris. Yes, we do, Roberts.
Yeah, well, they weren't any cheaper than
Lowe's buckets are not as tough as Home Depot buckets. I have tested this the hard way. Another thing you want to be careful with today's bucket prices is don't drop a big rock in there.
No, it'll go crack the bottom right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or let them freeze.
Set them in.
Crack right apart.
But yeah, it's interesting. I'm gonna have to.
But so the plastics must have went up in price a bit because
I'm sure that's it.
The plastics have gone through the roof because the chemical feedstocks and the plastics themselves are in really short supply.
You're missing a T, Chris.
And the resins.
But over at Power Townsend, they have these clear plastic, but they're polypropylene. They're not really clear, but they're translucent. They're calibrated. $6.99. So it's like whenever I'm going to get a bucket, I go over to Power Townsend. I just buy one of those because now I got a calibrated bucket for stuff.
Yeah, that's all right.
Them
are getting harder and harder to come by, Roberts. Metal buckets. I've gotten a few over, but they're getting harder to come by too.
Yeah, it's an issue.
I love metal buckets.
Not really a huge difficulty right now, because even if we had, let's see, 100 buckets would be what, $500? Yeah, that'd probably be a pretty because you're going to
Yeah.
break them.
Oh yeah, you'll go through them.
You know.
I mean, up there at the mine, I think I started out originally with like 100 pails. I had big stacks of them, and after a year or two, you start to get to where you got to go replace a bunch of pails again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Eva was looking at something like that, Jeff Bybee. Hire out to do some sheetrock work. The buckets are free.
Yeah, John. My sheetrocking days are almost over.
It's a combination of both, David. It's if you're not lazy enough, then you tend to do it, whatever works sort of thing without maximizing efficiency. On the other hand, if you're not smart and you're not disciplined, and sometimes you try to cut corners that are not efficient to cut. So you want to be a wise, lazy person to get maximum efficiency.
Just make it decent. Make anything you can easier on yourself.
Yep. But we're working on some of that, and again, some of it is how do you handle the buckets.
Mm-hmm.
A simple crack in the bottom is not a huge problem because you have some buckets where you're basically loading with rocks.
Right.
They're not going to fall through that. But that's fine, Chris. But then you usually have to pay them
or share.
That can be unpleasant. Yep. So so that's an issue that's gotten worse. I think we have about 70 usable buckets right now. Mostly Home Depot, some Power Towns, and they seem to work about the same. But the Lowe's buckets, they didn't work very well. To some extent, Chris, on the other hand, sometimes you don't understand them as well if you haven't done the work. So alternating is probably the best. Yeah, over in Tucson, they had a place called EG's. And you used to be able to get pickle buckets from them for, what was it, $2?
$2 a bucket.
$2, yeah.
I had another guy that I get him from too. He had a popcorn stand in downtown Minneapolis, a popcorn business.
Yeah.
Like you did, but he got all of his coconut oil or whatever he was using in 5 gallon, and they were good. Those were good pails too.
Now they probably come
food
in
grade too,
5-gallon cardboard containers, probably.
I don't know,
Because
he'd always have a big old stack of damn near pickup load of buckets every time I go down there.
Yeah. Where are all the illegals working? I haven't seen too much up here. Do you know?
The ones that used to come here to work are in Mexico working, I think. I don't think they're here. I know there's one roofing crew around town here, but I don't know how many of them are actually illegals. Some of them are probably citizens at this point.
I heard they sent some Haitians up here.
Yeah,
I'm sure they loved the wintertime. Yeah. That must have been just fantabulous for them. Yeah, to some extent. I say I like the idea of sending them all to those
blue states.
The jurisdictions that say that everything is just great, and send them there. Yeah. Be it DC, Delaware, California, New York, just ship them.
Yeah, Billy. That's if you can find a source.
Do we have a donut shop in this town?
We have a Dunkin' Donuts, I think.
I think we have a private donut shop, or
there's a bakery right down here.
I'm thinking Dairy Queen too might be a possibility.
There's a bakery down on the walking mall too. Restaurant bakery, confectioners.
John, that's a possibility. I happen to know workable Spanish, which is the usual one.
Minneapolis is, I don't know. It's like a foreign country anymore.
It's amazing. Oh well. You guys need a Tim Hortons down there. Well, Eva's on a low carb diet, and she wants me on a low carb diet. And so far, I don't think they've got a low carb donut yet. Although they do have low carb bread that tastes reasonably good. It tastes basically like bread. Have you ever had one of our keto bread things? It's pretty good. It tastes like bread. The low carb tortillas taste like tortillas, but they've got like 6 grams of carb each. They're lower carb, but the bread is 0 carb, basically. And it tastes like bread. There's energy and protein and fat too, Glenn. Yeah. The thing is, once you're in keto, the your blood sugar doesn't do this. It just stays nice and steady. You know, and fat actually has twice the carbs per weight of anything else.
Calories.
Yeah, calories, yes. More than carbohydrates, more than proteins. But your body has to be
can
working
make carbs from protein and fat.
Yeah. So Eva eats very little every day because it's important for her health, not just because she thinks it is. She wants me to do it because she believes there's certain health benefits, especially in terms of vascular health and such. And
preventing type 2 diabetes since you were pre-diabetic. Hello.
Yeah. Is keto a mineral? I don't believe so.
No.
I understand the concept, Lars, but I suspect we probably couldn't do it a whole lot cheaper than they do. Now, I was thinking the other day about
you might be able to
Uline.
take a minimum or a middleman out, but
yeah, say Uline might do it.
Yeah, if you go to Uline and buy, I think it's 12 dozen buckets at a time, 144 buckets at a time, you can get a better deal.
Let's see what
a whole slip pallet of them, but it's
Uline plastic buckets, plastic pails,
Uline even right here. That was all the prices.
Let's see what they got here. Plastic pails and lids, screw top pails, 5-gallon economy pails. That sounds what we're looking at. So 5-gallon economy pails, $5.35.
Yeah, so $4.90 at 100.
So you can get that at Home Depot. You know, that's about your Home Depot price there for 120 plus. So that's not a savings. Let's see. I saw steel pails here. Come on. There we go. Steel pails. 5-gallon open top, price each, $15 for 3. And 20 plus is $13 each. So they get pretty pricey and they're heavier. And they don't slide inside each other.
Yeah, they have steel, Chris.
Yeah. No, it's not too bad. So the main problem I have with the steel bucket is they don't slide into each other very well.
Right, they don't.
And
especially if they start getting dented or a bit twisted.
Yeah, so it gets stacking them. When I'm going out to the mine, you know, I've got like 50 or 60 of them on the trailer. That's not going to work too well if you can't stack them smoothly. Let's see.
Actually, the other day here, John, Harbor Freight, if you bought $29 worth of stuff, they were giving away a free pail. I did come back with a free pail the other day for the stuff that I was buying.
Are they expanding the Harbor Freight?
They don't.
No, there's another dollar store going in next.
They don't stay on the trailer very well if you just set them up empty.
I don't know,
Chris.
Oh, that's going to be good.
Yeah.
Dollar General and Dollar Tree are going to get themselves in a price war.
Yeah.
Yay! You set them up right when they're full, but when I'm hauling them out there, they're stacked. long enough that they go from the front to the back of the trailer and then tied to the side rail so that they can't blow away. Yeah, I know what a spider cover is, Chris. I've also got a quad and a few other things on there. I managed to tie it down just fine without too much trouble. On the way back, of course, you just stack them on. I mean, as they're full of stuff, you just stack them on the thing, leave just enough room to park the quad, and then put 3 under the back of the quad and 3 in the back rack of the quad.
Well, and that's where they're nice for stacking, because if you want to take a whole bunch on the quad up to a mine or something.
Oh yeah, you take them up like 10 at a time.
Yeah, stacks of them and stack them.
Yeah, I'd say stacking is a very useful thing. The plastic buckets. What is that?
I have no idea.
Why don't you take a look?
It's irritating almost, though.
Sounds like a belt chirp. Well, whatever it was, it quit when you opened the door. Man.
Weird.
Yeah. Well, apparently we've got ghosts or something up here, but that's okay because we're tough.
I think it was something running down there.
So I think it was a belt chirp.
Yeah, it was weird.
I can still hear it.
Bats in the belfry. Oh, let's take a look down here. I can hear it again too.
Beats the hell out of me. It'd be big crickets.
Yeah. I don't think that's a cricket.
There you go. It was cranking a motorcycle over. That's what it was. It was cranking an old Harley or something over.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, start and stop is weird. Mormon crickets. Yeah, big ones, Chris.
Mormon crickets?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a snipe. I haven't heard a snipe before, so you might be right.
Yeah, it could be.
No opinion.
No,
but I think it's more of a Harley.
It sounded like a Harley once it started.
Yeah, John, I've seen that. It's not bad. I like the basic concept. I think their equipment is reasonably well designed and looks robust. I have never used it. It's not going to work on our ore because the gold is just too fine. On the proper ore, I think it would work just fine. And Chris likes a lower center of gravity. That's where a trailer would come in handy.
Yeah, better than a truck, actually, I think.
If you can get it in there, a trailer is nicer because you can set it, jack it up, and leave it.
Well, you were exactly like, yeah.
Yeah. And also, if something happens on the trailer, you can leave it while you go get
parts,
fixed. We actually had that little flatbed lose a wheel bearing out there last year.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And say, luckily, I saw the bearing cap was gone. There, I'm looking. Well, that isn't right. And I could also see the axle was not centered in the hole. It's like, well, that's really not right.
Yeah, it happens.
So we went and
I think that
had to cut the race off.
It would be nice to have a test level plant like that or small production.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, you're going to have some money in it. Unless you've bought, if you buy the individual pieces over time and then build and assemble, it might not be so bad. But
well, I could basically do that with what I have.
Yeah, right. You jaw crusher, impact mill,
Yeah. And I have 2 different kinds of concentrators that would work depending upon the type of ore. One works basically for a fairly clean gold ore, and the other one would be if you're making a heavy mineral concentrate.
Right.
They both would be optimized in different, they work somewhat differently and therefore would work better in a different situation. But neither of them will do what needs to be done with this ore.
No, that ore you got's a little bit different.
That's some crazy stuff, man. Just crazy.
No, it'd be nice to have 50 or 60% free milling that would pay for the operation,
least,
and then worry about the.
100% free milling would be even better.
Well, that'd be even better. But then if you wanted to work with the tailings and the rest of it, you've got that opportunity with the cash flow of the normal setup. But
yeah, a trailer has a little more flexibility for setting things on it and stuff and building it.
Well, and you don't get the height either. See, that you start putting it up on a truck, then you have to lift everything up that high too.
And get it above the wheels.
Right? Unless you make an elevator on it or some kind of a system.
Yeah, with the trailer you can have drop axles and the bed can be lower
keep it
than
low
the
enough
wheels.
that even if you had to pack it, pull it in against the bank, you can get it onto it.
Yep.
Yeah, much closer to the ground. Thanks for being here, Tricky, and
you take care, Tricky. Say hi to the family.
Yeah, skid mount, Chris, wouldn't be so bad either if you did that, or a roll-off deck where you actually could roll it off and set it on the ground. That would be ideal, I think. But
I've used both a tilt bed and a flatbed with a ramp for stuff I've done with the kettle corn kiosks.
yeah.
I found the flatbed with a ramp easier. The tilt bed has the issue of right at the tipping point, things get a little bit weird, and then you got to pull it up a lot higher before it comes down. So I found that worked better for me as the flatbed with the ramp.
Well,
and yeah, John, it really depends on your situation. And nowadays it's not easy to build a road. It used to be a lot simpler.
cat a road.
Just get permission and rent a D6 for a couple days. Yeah, if you've got a hydraulic tilt bed and all that other stuff, sure. That's how much for a 12-foot flatbed with a hydraulic tilt bed?
I don't know, probably $8,000, $9,000.
Yeah.
I
bought a
not cheap.
I bought a 10-foot tilt bed for less than $1,500 new, and a 10-foot flatbed with a ramp for about $1,500.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, Golden Stream. Live roller and a winch. You can do a lot.
Oh yeah,
Pipe
I say
truck.
with the right equipment, you can do all kinds of stuff.
I mean, a lot of that oil equipment is set up that way. It's all skid mounted. They can winch it right up and out and go out.
Yep.
That isn't a bad way to set stuff up, but
it's not a cheap way.
Well, for a friend of mine, I built a lot of hook lift beds for him. And I mean, one truck, he had, a dump box, a contractor's type side dump box, flatbed. We made, we made a lot of different components that he could pull on one truck. Really neat, but damn expensive.
The Harbor Freight trailers I've seen were not only cheap, but they weren't very tough. Chris is right. Cheap once you have multiple pieces of equipment. I agree. You build it right, it makes for the thing. And I say, for what I was doing, it was just a little vending kiosk on it. And a lot of times we just left it on the trailer. It was set up so like the door would open, even though it was on the trailer and there was a side thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like the trailer idea of a small system. But
yeah, in our case, you could probably get away with it. In other cases I've looked at, be a lot tougher. So, yeah, it depends on a lot of factors, but it's not a bad system if it'll work. If you can make it work in your situation. Yeah, a trailer is so much simpler.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. That way you can replace the trailer if you have to at some point or something and still have the unit, a standalone unit.
Well, yeah, Kodak. If it made sense, you could do that. Yeah. I mean,
they fly equipment, drilling rigs in all over with helicopter. I mean, yeah, you can do it. It's just that's just a money thing. Is
yeah.
You got to be pretty serious when you get to that level of flying equipment into a site.
Yeah, you can also make multiple, modules and pull them in one at a time.
Yeah,
smaller trailers. Yes, that's perfectly feasible. You can also put axles on your frames. If you put suspension points on your skids, then you can bolt axles to it, bolt a hitch to it.
Yeah, you could do that.
I
wanted to build my cleanup room to be like a 20-foot container with a water tank and a water heater and everything right in it. And that's something in the near future I really want to do. I want to build a self-contained cleanup room, fluorescent lighting, white inside, a bench. You can have your scales and whatever you want. Just have it all in one unit and be able to pick it up and move it to another site.
Yep. Yeah, those
outside you hook up the generator, you hook up your water lines. Inside you can have electric pumps. You can it can be all self-contained.
Yeah, your those 20-foot containers are a good possibility for a lot of things when you're putting it together. Use that as your frame.
Yeah, well, right.
Yeah.
I just think with the equipment that I've got for cleanups and all that stuff, it'd be so nice to have it all in a unit that you can shut the doors, put padlocks on it, lock it all down. You're good.
Yep.
Pick up the generator and put inside, strap it to the wall. And
if you wanted to, depending upon the situation, you could even put the generator in a compartment that was recessed into
the trailer. Yeah.
With its own separate locking door. And with that, the latch could be on the inside too.
Yeah.
You could just have drop pin latches.
Yeah, drop a sheet. But yeah, I think that would be the ultimate for just a unit that there's your stuff.
Yeah. And it's also good for a shop.
It basically would be kind of one and the same.
Yeah, but if you needed a bigger shop, you can just have another container.
In the past, I used horse trailers for like all my parts and hoses and gear, and that all works out. Or enclosed. I got a couple enclosed trailers too, but
really, Goldstream?
Yeah.
Never seen one of those.
They all lay down. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, that could work, John. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, that's fine. Lay bed on top, carrying and dragging in. Huh. Oh yeah, and actually a 20-foot container, Goldstream, even to pull it onto like an 18-foot car trailer or an over deck. They're not that heavy, and most of the equipment is spread out enough. It's not intensely heavy either. So as far as winching it on and even winching it off, reversing it and pulling it the other way, a couple of high lift jacks and level it up, and there you are. Because that's been an issue on our site over the years is having a cleanup tent and all the small equipment, and you're still outside, and then the lighting sucks. It would be so nice to have something that you could really make it bright and work in there, and it's all contained. You can lock the door and padlock it and walk away. So if I ever get started on it, I'll definitely do a video, but I've wanted one of those. And then I did see, you know, where on Gold Rush, one of them guys had one like that with a container. And I was like, damn it, that is way cool. Yeah, the knockdown containers could be pretty neat. Yeah. On some of the private patents here, Jeff, they have water rights, and I've been trying to pick private land to mine because it's so much easier. I'm been playing with a permit right now for, I don't know, about 7 months already. So I don't know if I'm going to have that permit this year the way things are going or not. And that was on some Forest Service land. It just depends on the location of where you're at, whether you actually have to have water right or not.
The question is, can you get them now out of China pretty cheap, Goldstream?
Yeah, that's the question. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's a lot coming out of China at the moment.
There's some weird stuff right now. What was I was trying to get the other? Well, let's see. Oh, yeah. There's supposedly 17 of these bearings I need sitting in Seattle, and they can't get them to me in a week. It's like, what the hell?
They should damn near be able to get them to you overnight.
Yeah, you would think so. Well, this is Motion Industries, so they probably get a truck once a week, but nearly it didn't make the last truck.
Crap.
Oh well, I'll get it figured out. I've got a good thing to do tomorrow to check that out.
Billy's got a question for you there, Keith.
Okay.
You get a chance to check out the
Yeah, the overhang I see doesn't look too bad. It looks like you got a lot of slough coming in. Let me call that up for Jim to look at too. Oh, let's see, don't need that. Let's go this way. Yes, I saw it. It's a little, it looks like there's quite a slope coming down to the overhang, but I don't see much at the overhang itself. Come on, why is it doing this? Come on. I'm having trouble. Email the shared file and it should show you. Yeah, here we go. Okay. What I'm seeing, Billy, in your thing, then it would be nice to learn how to show this to other people too, is there's a slope with a bunch of rocks leading down to the apparent opening there. And
looks like fairly stable rock though.
Yeah, and this, if the overhang I'm seeing here, what you mean is the stuff with the blue lettering on it, that looks pretty stable. If you really wanted to shore that up, in any way, you could probably just use some stoles, as they call it. You need to dig out those loose rocks on the slope coming down there, and
That
put
looks
like
it's
8x8s.
That looks like it's outside there.
Yeah,
Looks
that
like
is
the
outside.
portal.
Yeah.
I don't see anything there that looks that scary.
I'm not too scary either, but how does that look?
Looks like a piece of gold.
That looks like a piece of gold to me too. That looks like a piece of
too.
gold.
Yeah.
That looks like gold.
Yep. Looks like you got something going on there.
Yeah. No, that's
No, go back to the other.
yeah.
He had some pictures from inside there. It looked like.
Let's say to me, this overhang here, while it looks dramatic, looks pretty solid.
Pretty clean, yeah.
Yeah, to shore that up, you probably want, like 8x8s, long enough to go all the way from the overhang to the footwall. You need to dig to get to solid rock footwall and then wedge them in place. See, there's the other direction there. See, it looks like they just took the vein out.
Yeah, working on the vein, which that
And then
that doesn't look that scary unless there's something up here that looks.
Yeah, I agree with Jim. That looks like pretty solid rock to me.
I mean, I would definitely walk around up there and knock shit down if it is loose. But...
Yeah, knock anything loose up there down, but the main mass of it doesn't look too frightening to me.
Well, that looks pretty.
It looks pretty solid.
That's the vein there, right? Right
yeah,
here.
That's the vein there. Yep. So it doesn't look too intimidating to me.
You might want some stalls in there just because if you start getting too much width, but
yeah,
I don't see much for fracturing in that.
No, it looks pretty solid to me.
That looks pretty safe.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it personally. Of course, this is not officially advice.
Right.
You need to consult a qualified mining engineer who makes an on-site inspection. But yeah, so I just
bar down or break things loose that are loose. And beyond that,
yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Right. Go back.
The other thing is you can, if there's any cracks, you can moderately drive a wedge in it.
Yep. See if it falls out.
And if it falls out over time, then
things move.
Things have moved.
Moving. Yep, something's moving then. That's always a good safety procedure.
Let's see. I wish I knew how to do that, John. Absolutely. If you want to come over here and set up my computer and show me how to do it, I'd be thrilled. Yeah. We're talking about what, 50 tons chunk up there at least.
Oh God, yeah, some of that's huge.
Yeah, it looks a stole is nothing more than a
post
of some sort, like telephone pole or an 8x8 that just goes
a tree
all the way up and down.
A nice straight timber.
And basically all it does is it provides some kind of support there without getting real complicated. When you start putting in caps and things like that on top of the posts, then you're looking at more fractured material that you're trying to support a mass of pieces.
Yeah, if you
go back to his Montana bee videos from last year, and you'll see him putting some in.
Yeah, that's true. There's lots of stoles in Montana bee.
Yeah, timbering.
Yep. And you don't want to put telephone poles anywhere but at the entrance at best, because they got some really nasty chemicals in them that if they catch fire, does really bad things.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like the mine's very deep, Chris. It looks pretty much like it just started at this point. And you want to be careful not to widen out too much, because then you're getting a span that's unsupported. So leave pillars of rock, preferably the worst rock, the stuff that has the least gold in it. But yeah. By the way, do you own that? that was something I emailed you. Do you have the claim on that yet? If not, that's your priority.
Right.
Find out what the property ownership is, if it's BLM and open to
Claiming.
claiming.
Yeah,
You need to get a claim on that right away. If it's not open to mineral exploration, it's illegal to do anything there. So that's what you got to do. Yeah, schist sucks. This stuff looked like it was pretty solid, either igneous or intrusives, one or the other.
Yeah.
I didn't see any layering in it. Did you?
No, it looked like short of the vein there, or the fracturing itself, the thing looked stable as could be. I thought that looked good.
I mean, you might see a crack every 20 feet, maybe just a little hairline crack.
A little iron staining, but
not much.
No, that looked pretty solid. So
yeah,
I would definitely agree, Billy, with Keith though, is make sure that it's open for mineral entry, or you've got the claim already tied up or whatever, because once you find something like that, man, you don't want to let it go, and you don't want somebody else to come in and pull it out from under you once they find out you're doing something either.
Yeah, because once you start doing something, you draw attention to it. That didn't look too much like decomposing granite to me.
The vein might be, but
that more like breccia.
The footwall and top there and everything, that looked pretty solid to me. That's pretty clean looking going.
Yeah. I don't know what that is, but it's pretty massive, very little cracking in it.
Yeah, it's pretty good looking.
See that? The vein itself, that looks more like brecciated quartz or something. See all these angular pieces here?
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing there is brecciated iron stained quartz.
They're working, probably.
Whatever it is, that hanging wall is
that looks
that's
solid.
Nice and flat, solid.
Yeah. Faulted.
You're also so close to surface that the ground support is not that difficult, because you just simply have to put in enough to support the weight of the rock, and the weight of the rock is only 20, 30 feet thick. That's not that tough to do. It's not claimed, and I don't think you can. Well, if it is not claimable, in other words, it's not open for mineral exploration, then you're basically stealing. Okay?
Yeah.
Legally.
Whoever owns it.
Well, even if it's the federal government.
Yeah, right.
If they have withdrawn it
if it's a withdrawn
from claiming, then you can't do it. So if it's not federal land, so who owns the land? What do you know? Is it state land, federal land, withdrawn federal land, private land?
Ranch.
What is the land status as far as you can determine, Billy?
The city.
The city. Yeah. Good luck on that one. That's called theft. Okay. Unless you can buy the property rights or something, that's essentially theft. Now, if you just go in there and do a little, and I'm not recommending this, but if you just take some specimens hither and thither or whatever, call it rock hounding, not a big problem probably, but you're not going to be able to mine it. If you can't get the mineral rights, you're not going to be able to mine it.
Contract on the mineral rights.
Yeah. You might talk to the city. I say, are you sure that it is within the city limits and it is city land? The people that you want to check on that with is the county assessor's office. The county assessor knows who owns every square foot.
Well,
of
and
that
who
county.
owns the mineral rights? Because maybe if there is mineral rights, they might be owned by somebody else. It might not be the city.
Mm-hmm.
Then the city might not have any choice at all, really, in what happens there. But
that's what Chris is saying.
Check on mineral rights and ownership.
Yeah.
County assessor's office.
Yeah, say they're going to have the actual ownership, and they may or may not, I'm not sure on this, have identification of whether or not it has mineral rights. I believe they will, because I say the assessor has to know every square foot so they can tax it or not tax it or whatever.
Well, yeah, let us know how that goes, blind dude.
Yeah, I say so.
We want pictures.
That's where it gets complicated. I'd say visually, I mean, I can see visible gold in it, Chris. At least a couple on at least three different samples.
Yeah, it looks like he's got gold.
Oh, so, yeah, it looks like he's got gold.
There's something there. Yeah.
Yeah. But you really need to research that mineral rights. Try and keep it as quiet as possible. Don't go up there.
Don't tell them what it necessarily what it is.
I found some really great gold on this property.
No.
Do you guys own it? No.
Don't do that.
I'm looking to see who owns
carefully
this property in this area here. They should have a map that shows all the parcels and such. And if you can, say, you don't have to lie, but you can, say, I'm thinking of maybe buying some property in this area here, and I'm trying to figure out who owns the properties. Okay. Just because it's inside the city limits doesn't mean it's owned by the city. It could be owned by a private person.
Well, the minerals could be too.
Could
be separate.
And they could be separate, because if it was homesteaded, and a lot of land out west was homesteaded, homesteading does not give you the mineral rights. On the other hand, somebody probably had the mineral rights in the past, or they wouldn't have dug a hole that big.
No, that was started by somebody hunting.
So, yeah, you're going to have to check the records and find out what the heck's going on there. But if you're just asking, well, I'm looking at this area here, I mean, and we don't know anything about the surroundings or whatever, but see if you can come up with a plausible. I think that's be a nice place to put a house, whatever, if you can find a good excuse as to why you might want that property, and then say, but I need to know what's there, and go check it out in some detail so that you can ascertain with a certainty what your actual circumstances are. Say, it may be private property. If somebody was mining it on the past, somebody had those mineral rights as a private estate at some time. The BLM master title plats will work too, as Chris says.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little more complicated. Chris talked to me through it once. But yeah, you're going to have to locate it and then do some research. But at this point, I would say all you need to do is research. Don't do anything out there on site. It draws attention. You don't want attention. And then once you've determined what the actual land status is, then you'll have a better idea of what may or may not be possible. For example, if the city owns it, then you say, well, is this something they might sell or not, or whatever? If the city does not own the mineral rights, you may actually be able to acquire the mineral rights right out from underneath them. Okay?
Coldstream, you're evil.
Yeah.
Not that you don't have a good idea, but
yeah. Yeah.
That's how business gets done sometimes, though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I agree with you, John, also, is don't believe every person you're working with in them offices. Yeah. Have them prove it on paper to you. And, because half the time they don't even know what they're doing.
Yeah. Before spending a lot of money, get a title company to search it. That's not a bad idea.
No, that's worth the money too, Allie.
But yeah, so that's the thing you need to do right now, Billy, is find out what the land status is. Because if it's unmineable, you need to go look someplace else.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because those are some nice looking samples.
Yeah, that looked like you got something there.
Yeah, that was quite interesting.
I would definitely take the time to figure out if it's doable.
Yeah. The nice thing is it's not terribly expensive in general to do the research.
Some time.
Yep, just some time, mainly. So that's basically it. Do some research and then get back with us.
Yeah.
And we'll see what we can do to help you. Chris has done a lot of that stuff. I'm not sure about other people.
Definitely, I agree, Chris. You'd end up doing a whole lot of that running back and forth and digging through records. And
Yeah, just don't tell anybody where you got the 80 pounds of ore.
Yeah.
Don't brag about it or identify. Just say, I found some interesting stuff. If you want to talk to anyone. Now, that's another important principle in mining is you want to keep your cards close to your vest.
Yeah,
okay?
Nobody needs to know what you're getting or doing.
Yeah, and if a person doesn't have a need to know, there's no reason to tell them.
Nope.
Yeah, it's a nice accident, Billy. That's some interesting stuff. But let's say this is one of the situations where it's the external factors that are really critical at this point. The physical factors, is there gold there? Could it be mined at a profit? Well, yeah.
All right.
Looks like it.
Well, now that you got a trajectory on it, what's the other side of the hill, a half a mile over look like? There could be a lot more to that if there's a strike there.
Yeah.
That could run for many miles. If you can once figure the pattern out, you may be able to pick it up somewhere else that is claimable.
Yeah. I say, and if it's inside the city limits, most of that is private property.
Yeah.
Most of it is not city land per se. So if it's private property, well,
it just depends on the mineral situation.
That's the sort of thing that
sometimes, Terry, you can, and sometimes there's no records. I mean, that chasing down the original miners sometimes is really tough.
Okay, Billy, this is in Arizona, I believe. I think that's what you said. State trust land in Arizona, it has various qualifications. Some is open to mineral exploration, some is not. You would need to ask the state whether or not that area is open to mineral exploration. At that point, if it is, you can pay a fee and get a permit to explore for minerals on state land.
Yep.
And then if you find something there, you can lease the land from the state. Okay. The exact amount of the lease and everything would depend on what they plan on doing, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the basic procedure. A packing yard retaining wall, a backyard retaining wall. Yeah. I like Terry's idea. Start off playing dumb.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Never reveal your cards.
Yeah. And, I'm looking at this, when you look around the area, think what would be a good idea for someone to have out here that's not mining gold. Chris also says, find out who owns the patent. That's private property. That might work out pretty well, because if you can sink in the patented claim and you can acquire the mineral rights without the surface rights, you can just mine right under that rascal. Absolutely.
Them people might not be objective to a mine going out of their backyard for a cut.
And you may be able to lease it if they don't want to sell it.
Yeah.
You never know. It's unlikely, but you never know. Again, don't start out knock, knock, knock. Hi, my name is Billy, and I think there's a rich gold mine in your backyard. Could we make a lease agreement for it? Okay, that's not how you start these things. But anyhow,
I really like that rock over there. It would look great in my garden.
But it definitely, if you can lay out a strike between those mines, consecutively fit stuff together, it may be worth following it. If it goes, I've seen situations here where it goes for 40 miles if you can just kind of keep following it.
Yeah,
but
it can happen.
That's how you find good stuff, though, is it's a chasing situation.
Yeah. But yeah, I would definitely say, there's something there that's worth some more effort to figure out what the situation is and whether or not you can exploit it. This is a classic case of it's not the mineralogy that's likely to defeat you.
No, it's land issues.
Land issues, regulations, all kinds of fun stuff.
But
you don't know until you find out.
No.
In the United States, if it's old land, like a homestead land, where the mineral rights are still claimable, you have to serve notice, and I think it's 30 or 60 days. What is it?
I think it was 60 because we did it on a ranch out here 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, I think it's 60 days.
I think it was notice. 60 days notice.
Yeah, 60 days notice.
If they had homestead rights, but they didn't own the mineral rights were still retained by, Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah. Say it's still possible to do so.
But that way you do get access to private land that most people would completely overlook.
Yeah.
But that's another deal where it starts out understanding who has the mineral rights, and where do what rights are what.
Yeah, what is the legal status of the whole situation? And say like there's one I know. Chris helped me find it. I now know where it is. The records look really good. It's on private land. It's an old patented claim. Therefore, it's owned by these people, whoever they are, and they should have the mineral rights to, being a patented claim.
More than likely.
But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Billy. Yeah, that's your next step. I don't know. Let's ask Miner Jim.
Mohammed. We'll have more stuff here once we can get back in the field. Watching me work on my truck or trailer is pretty boring. There's enough other guys who have those videos. So,
Terry, there can be a lot of reasons, not the least of which is somebody died or somebody moved on to a better spot for whatever reason. In the case of Arizona, it might have been access to water, something like that. That's for you right there.
We still have snow up in our area.
Okay, so you got the one
from Chris, just let me know when that's if and when that's going to really happen, and we'll figure it out. Yeah. Terry, going back on some of the history here, it's interesting because some of these mines, even if they weren't some of these old guys, if it wasn't an ounce per ton or something, they walked away from it. You're talking $16 gold. And if they had to transport that ore out too far with pack horses or wagons or whatever, if it wasn't better than an ounce per ton, they didn't want it.
Yeah.
It was too much work. So nowadays, a mine at free milling gold at an ounce per ton, hell, I'd take that all day long.
That looks like what, about an 18-inch vein there, maybe?
Yeah, something like that, 2 foot. Man, I would take that in a heartbeat. But nowadays, with the equipment we've got or can attain and things we can do, 1 ounce per ton, you could turn that into a fairly valuable week every week.
Oh, and Argonaut. Another thing too, let's suppose you snatch the mineral rights out from under somebody. There's no law that says you can't donate a percentage to them if you wish to. If you may have to pay for surface disturbance if you need to put a road in or something. Yeah.
You have to reimburse them at fair value for what you're doing taking out, some pasture land and making a road, or taking out some farmland and making a road or a pad. But even in Montana, the mineral rights take precedent over the surface owner. And that's actually a federal law on most federal land too, like that, where they have homestead rights, but they don't own the mineral rights. The laws give the miners the first right. So it's kind of neat here that, you've got an opportunity if you can find the opportunities.
Yeah, I'd say it's an interesting situation. Most people don't understand the complexities of these things. Well, I'm sure somebody noticed it before, Terry. It's a pretty good sized hole in the ground. Not gigantic, but it's not just a little
it looks
coyote
like
hole.
It was mined, or somebody started on it at one time before him there.
Yeah. They didn't go too deep. They might have run out too. It might have just been a pocket.
Well,
Hard to
and
tell.
it may have been less than an ounce, and which, nowadays, even at 3/4 of an ounce, it's free milling and easy to get to. Yeah, it'd be all right.
Yeah. So anyhow, that's the advice we have for you now, and let us know how it's going, and have questions lined up to ask next time. Is it isolated? It can't be too isolated if it's inside city limits.
Yeah, that was another limiting factor here, Goldstream too. Our U.S. government banned gold mining in 1941. And that shut a lot of little mines around here that were family operation or 2-3-man operations. And they never restarted. Everybody came back after the war, and you could get a job and buy a new Frigidaire cheaper working at the hardware store than working in a mine.
Well, also some of the miners never came back from the war.
Well, that's another thing.
Yes, Ali, that's true.
Yeah, but definitely. I mean, there's opportunities out there if you start to understand where to go hunt them. Yeah, there's guys who own mineral claims all over out here that are 80, 85 years old, and they would love to lease it out or have you start doing something. There is opportunity.
Well, Billy, and I don't want you to tell the city or whatever, but unless they discovered the unclaimability, that mine's been there a while. That's like 50 years old or more, in my opinion. And therefore, it could easily have been shut down at the beginning of the World War.
Mohammed, you'd call that a shaft.
Yeah. A short shaft. Yeah. Night, David.
Hey, David. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
Any other questions here?
Damn near.
We've got a serial question.
Yeah, we got him. Yeah, it was good.
Yep.
Being we didn't have any big news tonight or anything to play with.
Well, I got Eva. Not while you're here.
Yeah.
You do realize you have to sleep sometime, right?
Yeah.
A vertical rectangular hole that goes down about 30 feet more or less. Okay. Mohammed, Chris is mentioning a point. If it was 30 feet down from the surface, it is a shaft. If it went 30 feet down from inside a tunnel, then it would be called a winze. Okay. The dirt from the shaft was missing. Was it taken away and sluiced? Possibly, or might have been shipped to a mill.
Yeah.
Sometimes Goldstream, I don't like to play that game.
No.
Oh. Any other questions? It's getting up on our usual quitting time. Well, get some sleep, Ali.
Yep.
Yep. That's true, Goldstream. To me, there's essentially no difference between theft and fraud. And if you know better and you're just misleading someone, even though what you're saying is legally true, to me, that's fraud.
Yeah.
You know?
No, if you're going to do it, you need to really prove that there's something worth selling to somebody or.
Now, that'd be deeper than 30 feet there, Goldstream, and it would usually be round.
Concreted.
That is not unusual, Mohammed.
It could have very well, if they were drifting, if they dug a shaft in and then drifted along bedrock, dug down the gravels and then run along bedrock. That was a common mining practice for gold, placer gold.
Also in hard rock, sink a shaft on the vein, and then once you get to depth where the rock is strong, then you can,
chase,
drift along it. Yeah. Ralph, something about oxidized veins and are they worth mining? In gold, the answer is yes. In base metals, a lot of time the answer is no because of the metallurgical processing required. But in gold, you would usually want to have an oxidized vein because it frees the gold from the original minerals that it was deposited with, primarily iron pyrite, although it could be something else. But if you're looking for gold, yes, oxidized veins, typically iron, red and yellow iron staining is what you're looking for. If you go down deeper and you wind up in a sulfide vein, it can be much harder to get the gold out of it. So I hope that answers your question. It would generally depend on the mineral.
It would depend on the mineral you're after, yeah.
Yeah. That's true, Goldstream. Usually shafts are simply access points. And then once you get down, you drift or stope or whatever.
That is true.
Iron and arsenic are usually what you find the gold associated with, and you get rid of those and you got the gold left. That's a good thing.
That's true, Goldstream. A lot of times those were exploration shafts or holes, just to see if the rock changed as they went down. I mean, unless, there's a real evidence on the surface or at that shaft that says that there should have been gold there.
There were many shafts, like maybe 10 meters apart. Was this in soils or was this in hard rock? And was it along a structure or not?
Yeah, I bet that's placer holes.
Pits. Sounds like placering, yeah.
Placer pits.
Yeah, in that case, they're probably going down to a particular layer.
Right. Yeah, there was, I don't know, one of them Australian gold shows here. Them guys
gravelly
were down,
soil.
Yeah. Them guys were down pretty deep, actually. I think they were like 20 some feet before they hit the iron layer they were looking for.
Yeah.
Ben, they had some big nuggets too, but that was an area that was it looked like gopher holes everywhere.
Yeah.
It was all pitted.
Yeah. You see, Mohammed, when you have gravelly soil that's not real strong, it's hard to tunnel through it. If you don't have a lot of ground support, and I can think of many places in Australia where there wouldn't be any trees close by, that would make it difficult to get that ground support. So one way you can do it is just drive a bunch of shafts close together, just as far enough apart so that the walls between them will freestand safely, and dig what you can that way.
That's true also, Chris. Some of those areas, you only had so many square feet. That was your claim. So everybody on each of their little spots had a hole.
Yeah.
You see that in Alaska too, on the beaches of Nome and around various other areas.
Yeah, and that's another place where that soil could have gone, was into some other holes or something like
Yeah,
that too.
that's possible too.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell without looking at the details, Mohammed. But yeah, that sounds like typical placer exploitation techniques. Under certain conditions, that makes the most sense. Could be.
It could very well be. And there's probably in that area some historical reference you could go look up and find out that they each guy had 50 feet by 50 feet, or, so many meters by so many meters. It was just basically a little tiny square, and that was their claim. Or a lease, if somebody owned the, bigger part of it.
Yeah. No, read the historical documents, and it should have all the answers to your questions in there, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the way it works on the beaches of Nome. You get like a 10 by 10 square.
Well, even here, some of the drainages here, you had the 100 feet wide and 100 feet up the drainage. So some of the claims really weren't that big. But it just depended on how many guys descended on the valley and who the mining group that, put it together, the rules together.
Yeah. They might strip it with a cat, or they might use loading equipment.
Yeah.
But yeah. Ralph, there is no single answer to that question. It depends on what the character of the ore, assuming there's gold in it. It can be coarser or finer. It can be bound up in minerals or fairly easy to break loose from them.
Free milling.
The easiest thing is if it's in relatively large particles that are relatively easily broken free from the rock. It's what they call free milling gold. You crush and pulverize the rock to a certain extent, and that will again vary depending upon the rock. And then use a gravity extraction technique like jigs, sluices, tables, something like that, and separate the gold from the other minerals because it's so much denser. It can also be that most of the gold, or a substantial part of the gold, is very, very fine, so fine that that doesn't work. And then you would usually dissolve the gold from the rock. It used to be, until recently, cyanide was the usual method of doing that. Nowadays, with the environmental regulations and stuff, sometimes it's very difficult to accomplish. So now they're coming out with new chemicals. We're using one called Eco Goldex, which will dissolve the gold. And once it's in solution, then you have to recover it from solution. It's a more complex process. But in the particular case I'm working on, 80% of the gold is smaller than 6.8 microns, I believe, which is, if you're better at this, 2,000, smaller than 2,000 mesh. So if it's very microscopic, which is common, then you would use leaching, where you use some kind of chemical that will dissolve the gold, but not the rock, and recover the gold from it. And that's going to depend a lot on the rock itself. Okay, that sounds about right, blind dude. And so that becomes very difficult to give any kind of general information on. It depends so much on the particular situation. It's kind of like saying, what's the easiest way to get 50 miles? From where to where?
Right.
Through what? Using what? These are the questions. For example, if it's 50 miles from Helena here, well, it might be real easy driving down the road, and if all you want is me and Eva, a car would make sense. On the other hand, if it's up in these mountains here, you may need a horse. So you have to have a lot of information about the rock itself, the gold, how the whole situation works. And that's where the complexity comes in. If there's research that's been done on this particular ore body or this area in the past, you can look through records and quite often get a really good idea of what works in that area. How did they get the gold in this mining district? You might be able to find out quite easily what they did. But if it's really small and it wasn't in the last 20 years, it was almost certainly cyanide because that's pretty much all they had. So I hope that helps. I can't give you an answer there because it could be a lot of different things. But if it's very microscopic, it's almost certainly dissolve it. And that's going to depend upon your location, what the regulations allow and require, what your concentration is, whether it's associated with other minerals that you may be able to concentrate and take the gold somewhere else that way, or whatever. Again, it's extremely complicated question. It's kind of like going to a doctor and say, I'm sick. What do I need to do? Well, they have to do some tests. They have to figure some things out. They have to do some research. And that's the level of information we have right now. But an oxidized vein with microscopic gold, very, very common. Yep. And the common solution is dissolution with cyanide. But
all you can do is take the ore, have it processed or assayed to find out what's in it for a top grade. Then try to figure out how you get that percentage out of it. I mean,
that's the best percentage you can for the least cost.
For the least amount of money.
Yeah, a lot of times it's if they were amalgamating the gold,
there's free milling gold there.
There's got to be free milling gold.
Yep.
Mine would not amalgamate. It's too small. But they probably lost a fair amount of it. You might actually be able to reprocess their old tailings and make good money.
Yeah.
Questions are, is this land where you can acquire the mineral rights to it? If so, what other kind of regulations might be involved in it? And go from there. If you watch some of my videos, currently I'm working on a situation where the gold is just too small for gravity or amalgamate. What you're talking is amalgamation,
right.
Okay, with mercury. And that's kind of a good thing because it shows that they didn't have a lot of other minerals there that would poison the mercury real easy. So that's a good thing. But yeah, it's important to, can you get mineral rights? Can you operate? Things like that. What is the grade? What is the volume of rock? How much is it going to cost you to mine the rock and support the ground that you've taken the rock out of? These questions become really important. Now, I have on my website, where the heck is that website?
You saved the website in your bookmarks, Bear.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to go to my bookmarks. I'm going to find Hard Rock University. Oops, not on this window. I'm not. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to go to Hard Rock University here. Okay. And here is the path. Control C. Go back to this. Control V. Okay. Now, Ralph, if you go to this website here that I just posted, that's a website I have, and there's a mining costs calculator there, and that will give you a good idea
Because you got a whole checklist, kind of, don't you?
of what the costs are. There's also a project checklist, which shows you all the different factors you need to be thinking about. And so between those two, it should give you a much better idea of what you need to be looking at and for. I also have a common mining terms thing there too. So if you don't know what a term means, you might look on that and see if it's there. If not, you can usually Google it without too much problem. But anyhow, that'll give you a good start, Ralph, in terms of looking at the general parameters you need to be observing when it comes to a potential mining project.
Correct.
Okay. So take a look at those, and that'll give you a much better idea than anything I can do here in the next 2 hours.
And if you have any questions, feel free to email him.
Oh, yeah. Ask the questions, and we'll help you if we can.
Yeah, you can email or just come back next week.
Yep.
All righty.
Well, guys,
the lightweight needs to get going here, but does anyone
need to? But
it's getting late.
We got our 4 hours and 10 minutes in.
Yeah. Anyone else have any questions? Any last minute questions or anything like that? And the mill seems to be working pretty good there. Got 1,000 pounds processing now. And it looks like it should be able to pulverize ore at about 400 pounds an hour. 500 with both of us working.
Yeah, that's decent.
Not a problem. And so that's where we're at right now. Anyhow, you're welcome, Ralph. Glad to help out.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, say go ahead and look at that stuff, and that'll give you a really good idea of the things you need to be considering.
Well, and then you can come back with more questions too, maybe.
Yeah.
So
that's just to get started. Glad you had a good time, Goldstream. Thanks for the help on the stuff up in Canuckistan.
Thanks everybody again for
Lauren.
Good night here.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you Friday when Lars shows up. We'll meet you out. We'll head out to the house. I'll give you a call once I have an ETA, and we'll play it by ear from there. If you need help out at the projects you're working on in the mornings, let me know. I should be available the rest of the week in the mornings, and we'll go from there. Any questions? Anything else now?
Good night, everybody.
Going twice. Yep. The goddess has bid us good night.
Thanks, everyone.
How many goddesses have you seen with a number 2 Mexican drag line, huh?
Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.
Chris says night, eat little one.
Good night.
Night, blind dude. You betcha, Lauren.
All right, Lauren.
Okay. Calling it a night, everybody. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.
Cool.